All right. One game have sound. Personality of your main character, Alice. One of the two symbols right up on the. Oh wow! How does the game start with low volume? And putting on my blouse. Alice, can you get that, please? Well, this time in the morning is probably a delivery. Wonder what Jean Baptiste has ordered this time. Quickly finish dressing and hurry to enter. The delivery man, who I thank for his patience, tells me in a toneless voice that yes, there's a package for me. A few minutes later, I am back in my kitchen. I've made myself a coffee. Sense of foreboding, I look at the flat square package which dominates the kitchen table. Jean Baptiste comes into the kitchen, absolutely buttoning his shirt. Jerks his head toward the package and peers at me. That. I think it's a record, a vinyl. The shape of the package is so distinctive that my guess is almost certainty. The handwriting gives me no possible doubt. I recognize the hesitant, disjoint handwriting of Ulysses, a record store owner here several years of my life before I met Jean Baptiste years ago. I've made no news from Ulysses since the night we spoke up, getting a package from him, to say the least. Jean Baptiste gives me a quizzical stare. Okay, why would I make this shit up? I think it was Ulysses who sent it to me. Your ex? Yeah, I am surprised as you are. I swear I haven't even been in contact with him at all since we broke up. Jean Baptiste moves closer and soaks his fingers gently through my hair. You should open it. Maybe there's a note, an explanation. Part of your life for a long time, and you were part of his. I guess if I decided to contact you now is something important. You're right. I've got to run. My father has some big Chinese clients coming to the castle at lunchtime. I have to organize a meeting with the cellar master. Plants a quick kiss on my lips. Shall we meet up at the brazier this evening? I might finish late. I remember that we planned dinner this evening with my brother and sister-in-law. That's okay, let's meet there, it's easier. I wait listening to his footsteps go downstairs and fade before I return to the kitchen to open the package. I need a little privacy to deal with the intrusion of this ghost from my past. Grab a large chef's knife from the workshop and slide it along the fold, cleanly slicing the steel of brown packaging. Inside is a record, a 45, a 7-inch as the English call them. It's protected by a new sleeve, white card without anything written that could give me some idea of what actually pressed into the grooves. Knowing Ulysses' passion for rare records is probably a white label, test pressing the record company by the factory. Check the track order and the general sound quality before mass producing the record. I carefully slide the record out of its jacket. No label in the middle to tell me more of its content. But I suppose to be the A side is cut in one single piece, which leaves one to suppose that it's a 45. As for the B side, it's bare of any grooves. The black shiny surface of record seems to reflect my confusion back at me. Why? Particularly, why now? It's been more than 3 years since Ulysses vanished from my life. 3 years without a word. I could have driven him to send the record now without the least explanation. Check the clock on the wall above the door. I still have 15 minutes before I need to leave for the office, which leaves me plenty of time to listen to the record. Which can last more than 5 minutes, maybe 7, 8 maximum. I'll pick up the packaging to put it in the wastebasket and take a moment to inspect it again. Checking there's no note being hidden in a fold. Nothing. No return address either. The postmark tells me that the parcel was posted from Paris, the 10th arrondissement. I take the record, then hesitate again. I really want to revisit the past now before work. Would it be better to wait till this evening? Fuck it. I decide not. This can't wait. Any case, if I don't listen to the record now, I won't be able to think of anything else all day. I go into the living room. A hi-fi has been regulated to a corner of the room before the couch. I lift the cover of the turntable. It just floats up. Jean-Baptiste prefers the background noise of the TV, so naturally I've stopped listening to music since we moved in together. I plug in the headphones and put them over my ears. The night is upon me.
In our hearts. Did you really expect me to? You're tearing me apart. I'm shrinking. You're the one who grows this sand. But it's me was shrinking.
I hope this is not DMCA.
Someone else in your absence. Already apart. Even in your presence.
Ulysses turns and gazes at me sadly. I remember this evening perfectly. This is the day I met John Baptiste. And this is the day Ulysses and I said goodbye. We broke up a week earlier, but we had tickets for this concert. I told myself that I didn't want to miss out, but I could handle it, the two of us sharing the same space for just a couple of hours. Big mistake. I hadn't anticipated the wrench I would feel in my heart when I saw him. Yes? I just came to see if you were okay. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry too. Lisi lowers his eyes remorsefully. I'm going to go. This was a bad idea. I shouldn't have come here tonight. Turns and starts up the road, slouching his hands dug into his pockets. For a moment I falter, perhaps I should let him go as he does in my memory. I should push my way to the bar, order a double whiskey and let John Baptiste buy it for me. Then go for coffee with him a few days later. Ulysses! He stops to look at me startled. In a few strides I catch up with him. What a strange dream. Why did you send me a record? A record? I didn't send you any record. Yes, you did. It arrived this morning. White sleeve, no label. Does that ring a bell? Felicity looks terrified. You weren't supposed to listen to it. Listen, Alice. You have to go back to the bar. You have to do everything like the first time, like in your memory. There may still be time to avoid disaster. Oh my God. What disaster? Ulysses, please tell me. I need to understand. Everything I've done, I did for you. Trust me, Alice, I promise you don't want to know more. Around us, the world is beginning to break apart. It's too late. I hear the rhythm far away. It rushes towards me like a galloping horse. I am engulfed by the music once more.
You're tearing me apart.
That song sent me to the past.
Thinking you're the one who brought this end. But it's me who's shrinking. I'm becoming someone else in your absence. Breathing in, breathing out. The variations of me, I tear myself apart. I'm shrinking, I stretch my wings out. I'm someone else, and then I myself again.
Okay, interesting. Chapter 1. Bardo. Chapter 2. I stay where I am, sat by the record player, the stylus circling the central groove and seizing hiss my ears. Did I fall asleep? What happened? Take off the headphones and replace the tone arm on its rest. Try to get my thoughts in order. I haven't thought of Ulysses in months. I never understood why we broke up. The relationship worked. Little by little, Ulysses became distant. Threw myself into my studies. I probably neglected him. Our twin orbits diverged, and one day he was gone from my life. I have fought. I have tried to say what we built together. Would I have changed anything? I met John Baptiste. It was charming. It was easy. And I learned from Mark that Ulysses had left Bardo. Life went on. I finished my studies. I found a job in a bank, moved in together, Jean-Baptiste and I, quickly settled into a routine. Weeks, months, years passed without me really noticing. Is this truly happiness, or is it only a comfortable status quo that I've never had the courage to challenge? I have a strange sensation as if I'd suddenly woken from a long sleep, a sleep that has lasted for years. Check the time, 9:35. I'm going to be late if I don't leave right now. I put on my coat and set off on the short walk for the apartment and the branch office of the bank where I work. I go into the bank. I say hi to Martine on the counter, then I shut myself in my... I have a stack of files to deal with, but I can't concentrate. I stop at the apartment after work, take a shower, and change. And I hop onto a tram to join Marie, Robin, and Jean-Baptiste at the restaurant. I open the door of the brazier and plunge into the warm fog, the hubbub punctuated by the gurgle of the espresso machine. Jean-Baptiste loved this place. It's just under his old apartment. Plus, Marie and Robin don't live far away. They just had a baby, and then evening out from time to time is like a breath of fresh air for them. I pass the bar and say hi to Mikel, the owner. He seems surprised to see me, but before I can kiss him hello, he's called away for an order from the other side of the counter. At the end of the room, Robin is waving to me. I sit down opposite him. At the end of the table, there's a pram. Marie's gone out to take a phone call. Is everything all right? Oh yes, I'm guessing it's more problems with the christening. If I had any idea what kind of nightmare it was going to be, I'd never let that priest get his cousin to my progeny's spiritual life. It's important to Marie's parents. And it's great tradition, isn't it? You don't get many opportunities to get all the family and friends together for a big party. I really get the feeling that people are getting more worked up about this than they do about weddings. And yet you're not married, so we couldn't really say that you got a reliable point of reference. Robin laughs. That's true, but I promise you, I'm immune after all this nonsense. I lean over the pram. The baby is fast asleep. And how's my favorite little niece? You can see she enjoys the hustle and bustle just like her auntie. I feel a hand on my shoulder. It's Marie, she's back. Phone in hand, we hug. Sorry, I had to take a call for work. You think they've just been leaving all the files on my desk for me to deal with after my maternity leave? So how's things with you? I breathe out a sigh. Bro, you're not going to believe this, but I got a package from Ulysses this morning. Ulysses, your ex? Himself. That's surprising, isn't it? You broke up, that's 3 years ago? I mean, what, 3 years ago? What was in the package? A record, a vinyl? That's all? No, nothing? No, just a record without any explanation. Oh yes, I remember the record store guy, right? I don't know why you guys broke up. He was really cool. Marie glares at Robin, who buries himself back in the wine list. Oh, no, nothing. It's odd, isn't it? Yes? What was on the record? Did you listen to it? Yes, a 45, no label, no idea of the artist. Uh, uh. All right. Oh, I thought that was muted. Yes, a 45, no label, no idea of the artist or the group. I tried to remember the music itself, but I can't seem to recall the melody. It had a jazz sound, end of the 50s maybe? A whole load of memories came flooding back when I listened to it. It was really weird. I really felt like I was actually reliving the past, the night when Ulysses and I broke up. Still, it's a little out of order of him. No news for years, and he sends you a record now without any explanation. So anyway, what are you going to do? I really need to find out what's going on. If Ulysses decides to send me a record after 3 years of radio silence, it must be important to him. I think I'll start by going around this record store tomorrow on the way back from the office. But I thought Ulysses had left Bardot. He did, but I think that Mark, his former partner, is the most likely person to know what happened to him. Marie nods. Good thinking. Listen, I don't want to hurry you, but can we order? We can get home before the next feed. Aren't we going to wait for Jean-Baptiste? Marie and Robin look at me bemused. Jean-Baptiste? Yes, he was seeing some Chinese customers today, but he didn't be much longer. Oh shit. At least who's this Jean-Baptiste? I don't know what to say. How can they not know who Jean-Baptiste is? Jean-Baptiste is my boyfriend, you know? We had dinner with you quite a few times. We even spent a weekend together this summer on the bay, don't you remember? Marie looks worried. Robin is glancing around nervously. I let out a shaky laugh. You're kidding me, right? Are you sure you're okay, Alice? This summer on the bay, you were with an Arthur. You broke up 2 or 3 weeks after. You never introduced us to any Jean-Baptiste. Robin nods in agreement. Did Ulysses become Jean-Baptiste? I don't understand. I don't remember any Arthur. My head is spinning. I stand up, spots dance in front of my eyes. Robin rushes to catch me by the shoulder. Alice is scaring me. Are you alright? What the fuck is going on? Yes, I need some air. I turn and hurry through the brazier. Behind me, I hear Marie say to Robin, let her go. We'll call her tomorrow. Then I'm out in the street. Cool night air helps me to collect my thoughts. A little further away on the sidewalk, I make out the familiar shape of Baptiste. Smoking a cigarette. The Jean-Baptiste that I know has stopped smoking. Stopped together. I fumble in my coat pocket. I put out a packet of Galouses, half empty. Galousia. It shouldn't be there. There's no rational explanation why I should have a packet of smokes on me. Thus, Jean-Baptiste has seen me. He smiles at me. I can't stay here staring at him from a distance. I have to take a decision, but I don't know if I should turn away or go and talk to him. I hesitate. I go nearer. This is the spiral. Jean-Baptiste rummages through his pockets and holds a lighter out to me. Notice that I still have the packet of cigarettes in my hand. I take one out and let him light it for me. Are you alright? The way he looks at me, his manners, they aren't those of someone who shared several years of my life. He doesn't remember me, us either. It's at this precise moment that something that was just an impression, a suspicion, kind of out there thought, which couldn't actually happen in real life, strikes me full force. He went back in time. This man, I was making plans for the future. just yesterday is watching me with indifference, mildly disturbed by my distress. I'm a stranger to him and it hurts badly. Now there he is right in front of me, waiting for me to answer. Yes, fine, thanks. It's just that, how should I say it? My day's been emotional. I get exactly what you mean. You are in a slippery slope which I decide not to continue down. I don't know how I'll react if he asks me what happened in my day, and I know he's about to do just that. Haven't we met already? Your face looks familiar. I don't think so. I remember you. You often drink here? He nods towards the window behind me. Maybe you saw me in there sometime. I come here a lot. I don't know. Maybe, probably. Jean-Baptiste drops his cigarettes and crushes it with his foot. Sorry, but I have to go. You want me to ask Mikhail to get you a taxi? No, that's kind, but it's fine. Starts back to the bistro, then changes his mind and returns to pick up a cigarette and takes a chance to look at me again as he was searching for an elusive memory or word on the tip of the tongue. Flashes me an embarrassed smile, accompanied by a good night before disappearing into the room. I stay where I am in the cold, dragging out my cigarette, my heart in my shoes. And I turn away, head up the street towards the tram stop. First thing I do when I get back to the apartment is to bolt the door behind me. I had the feeling of being followed on the way home. I'm probably being a bit paranoid, but well, who knows? Someone breaking into my home during the night would really just top my day off. Second thing that I do is go into the bedroom and open John Baptiste's side of the closet. I'm not particularly surprised to find full of my old clothes, things I thought I got rid of. I go out on the balcony and light a cigarette. As I stand musing, I look at the apartment and I'm aware of numbers, small differences that I had noticed earlier in the day. There's no phone charger or small coins in the bowl on the dresser in the hall. The old game console, which has been plugged back in since the move, is no longer on the shelf under the TV. Big photo of New York has been replaced by a tattered old poster from a regional rock music festival. Record though still dominates the kitchen table, exactly where I left it earlier in the day. Seems impossible, but it's as if by putting the 45 on the turntable, I truly returned to my past. As if by choosing to run after Elise the night we broke up, I hadn't met Jean-Baptiste in the bar. Now I return to a present where I'm single, where Jean-Baptiste and I never met. I try listening to the record again to get the bottom of this, but I am afraid of making things worse. This really does have the power to change my past. It could have a catastrophic consequence on my life. Do they call that again? The butterfly effect? Yep. I hope Mark will help me to clear this up. At least he should be able to tell me what's happening to Ulysses. Grab my phone and leave an apologetic message assuring her that everything is fine, that I'm sorry I slipped away so early. And I crush out the cigarette and crawl under my covers in hope of sleep. Saint Michael. I realize that I hardly set foot in this district since I split up with Ulysses. The store that Mark shared with Ulysses is in a little semi-pedestrian street on a corner. I used to come by here almost every day after my college classes 2 years ago. When I push the door open, I'm assailed by the characteristic odor of old records, similar yet distinct in the smell of old books. The big speakers fixed to the ceiling blare out a strident fuzz guitar solo at a volume theoretically much too high for a business establishment. I'd be incapable of saying whether it was some obscure 70s garage band or post-rock movement, contemporaries trying to imitate their elders. Mark is reading the sleeve with interest. Only when I reach the other side of the counter does he deign to look up. He smiles at me, then murmurs something incomprehensible in the din. I gesture to him that I can't hear anything, pointing at my ears. He flaps his hand to me to wait and turns the volume on his amp down to something better adapted to conversation. I was saying, there's a local band pretty powerful, huh? I signed them for an EP. I just got the pressing. It's amazing with Marcus that even if we haven't seen each other for probably over a year, he behaves as if we spent yesterday evening together, or one of those friends. Hello, Mark. Are you okay? Everything's cool, thanks, and you? What brings you down here? Have you heard from Ulysses lately? No? Mark seems a little surprised at the question. Now you mention it, it's been an age that the last heard he was in Paris. But when I say last, that was 6 months ago. I called him for a customer who was looking for Magma Originals. After, it's true, we've been kind of lost contact since. Mark breaks off. I guess that in some way he must blame me a little for what happened between Ulysses and me, seeing as how our breakup also cost him his business partner. Shit. Anyway, so no news of Ulysses lately. But why do you ask? I decided to get straight to the point. He sent me a record. A record? Yes, no note, no explanation, no return address, nothing. Just a vinyl record in a package. To tell the truth, the only clue that told me that it came from him was his handwriting for the address. Mark watches me with an odd intensity. Did I spark his interest when I mentioned the record? Or is this something else, concern? Or fear? Could you describe the record to me? I can't do better than that. I can show you. I'm about to finish the record out of my bag when Mark gestures me to stop. He hails someone who's rummaging in the reggae Afro beat box behind me. Hey, sir. His target turns with an air of feigned innocence. He's a guy in his 50s. He wears black leather biker jacket and snug matching pants. His hair, which is slick black rockabilly style, is considering his age. The improbable uniform black of a bottle of hair dye. Can I help you? The guy grumbles in discontent, shakes his head, and saunters towards the exit. Mark waits for the closing door to ring the bell hanging above it before continuing. Did that guy follow you by any chance? Follow me? Yes, follow you. How should I put it? Have you had the feeling that that you're being watched since you received the record? Yes. Yes, I had that feeling of being followed yesterday evening on my way home. But well, I figured I was being paranoid. Why would somebody tell me? And anyway, why would you suspect that guy especially? Mark can't repress a smile. Two things: an old rockabilly who I don't know in my shop. They're an endangered species. I guarantee they all come in here, no exceptions, at least once a week for a coffee or a beer. They never buy anything, but they're cool and they're always got amazing stories to tell. Okay, that seems like a bit of a stretch, but never mind. And a guy in leather and boots going through the Afro beat box for 10 minutes, is that not suspicious? I burst out laughing. He would be going to like the old like type 50s, I think. Oh, that is very suspicious. You're right. Mark leans over the counter to check who's actually in his shop. There's a couple of students giggling in the depths of the shop, and a guy meticulously comparing the covers of 2 copies of Frank Zappa, Hot Rats, and the headphones of the open access turntable clamped over his ears. Okay, the coast is clear. I slipped the record from my bag and placed it on the counter. It's a 45 white label, a test pressing. No scribe number in the groove. One of the 2 sides is a mirror side. Mark smiles. You haven't forgotten the jargon then. After all that time I spent with Ulysses, I think it's lodged in my brain forever. You can put it away, I know what it is. Really? It's not a white label, it's an acetate, a single copy. That's why there's no matrix number. I put the record back in my bag. But I'm surprised you don't recognize it. Ulysses unearthed it a while before you split up. It was the only record he wanted to keep when he left. Which meant I had to buy his share of the stock. I would have preferred that he take the psychedelic shelf. It would have saved me taking out a bank loan. Did you listen to it? Yes, I put it on once on the headphones. That was quite enough for me. Oh yeah? Look, I'm no angel, alright? I know the effect of psychedelics, mushrooms, LSD, mescaline, salvia. I want to try salvia. I tried pretty much everything. I really want to try salvia. But I never had a trip like the one that record took me on. What did you see? What did the record show you? Mark takes a deep breath and looks away. It's personal. It took me back to a moment in my life that I'd rather forget. A turning point, I guess you call it. Can you tell me more? No, sorry, I prefer not to go into detail. But you must know what I'm talking about. You listened to it, didn't you? There's quite a few legends going around about that recording, you know. Some people claim that it's the last recording of a Delta bluesman who made a pact with the devil. Oh shit. It's kind of the holy grail of record collectors, if you see what I mean. There are plenty of crazy who says it's got magical powers. If I were you, I'd be careful. The record attracts trouble. And to be honest, it makes me pretty anxious about Ulysses. It's obviously the most precious thing he possesses. Him sending it to you by post like that, that's not a good sign. A very interesting game. You never know what the fuck you get into. I'm guessing. After everything you just told me, it is worrying. Do you have this telephone number? The simple thing would be to try to reach him for a start, right? Mark nods and picks up the handset. He hangs up a few seconds later. It's sending me direct to his answer phone, telling me my correspondence voicemail box is full, which is totally surprising with Ulysses. We're interrupted by the sound of the bell which hangs above the door. A young woman dolled up in 50s style approaches the counter. With a knowingly charming smile, she asks Mark if there's any tickets left for the St. Emilion Jazz Festival. Mark takes a ticket from beneath the counter and makes the sale. I gaze after the young woman as she leaves. Mark clears his throat loudly at me. He watches me with a smirk. I realize that I'm probably staring at his customer so hard that he noticed. That style would suit you. You think? The spiral and the... Which one was it? I forgot which one this one was. I'm surprised to find myself considering the possibility. Then again, It's not as if my job gives me much leeway fashion-wise. I don't know, I'm not persuaded that my bosses will find it quite as cool as you do. What was in your head going into finance? I'm a personal finance advisor in a little city center bank in Bordeaux. It's not exactly what I call going into finance. Anyway, what were we saying? That Ulysses is impossible to reach. That's not really surprising. I'll give you his address if you want. Do you go up to Paris sometimes for work? I grabs paper and a pen. Can happen, but like once a year max. In any case, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Same for me, I just got back from vacation. It'd be kind of tricky to justify a trip to Paris. I've written down his number too, just in case. Mine gives me the paper. First to hear anything calls the other, right? I nod. Thanks, Mark. You should drop by more often. It's good to see you, as they say. Don't be a stranger. I can't promise anything. I hardly ever come to Saint Michel. I'll try, but I can't promise anything. My apartment looks like a bomb site. Jesus, somebody... I had sensed that something was wrong as soon as I entered the communal areas. The door of the apartment was already ajar when I pushed it open, and I prepared myself for the spectacle I was about to confront. Every square centimeter has been carefully searched, every closet emptied, every drawer turned out. I pick up a cushion which lays on the living room floor and replace it on the couch before dropping down next to it dejected. I realized that Mark's warnings were weren't unfounded. Someone really wants that record. Yeah, if it's sold by the fucking devil. Ooh, okay. And that person is ready to enter my home while I'm away to achieve their ends. Was it the old rockabilly who was spying on me in the record store? It didn't seem particularly dangerous. On the other hand, a record with the power to change the past, I totally understand that someone might want to get a hold of it, even if that means breaking a few laws along the way. I guess there are a few things that I might be tempted to change myself. We all have our regrets, our missed opportunities. Glance at the turntable. It's been thrown on the floor and the torn arm has flown under the dresser. This is well, at least I will be tempted to listen to it again. At least not until I have a better understanding of how the record works. At the moment, the only solid lead I have is Ulysses. Take out my phone and I dial the number that Mark gave me. Maybe I'll be luckier than him, you never know. But never found you. Yes, I'd like to go. Or left. Apparently not, because I am also welcomed by the record operator voice telling me in a monotone voice that your correspondent voicemail box is. Beneath the number there are addresses in St. Quentin. I know what I have to do. The advantage of my enforced celibacy is that the logistics and organization of the journey are much simpler. I call Robin to let him know that I am going. I explain the situation as rationally as possible, omitting, of course, any tales of pact with the devil. He's kind enough to agree to take care of getting my locks replaced. I also leave a message for my boss at the bank to notify him of my absence. The time to throw a few things in a suitcase and jump on a tram, and I am at the station. 1 hour later, I board a train for Paris. Chapter 2. Paris. A ray of light seeping between the curtains wakes me. It was 11 p.m. when I reached Montparnasse last night, and I checked into the first little hotel I stumbled on when I left the station. I checked the time, 11 o'clock. I haven't slept this late for years. Of course, after recent events, sleep hadn't exactly come easy. My window looks out over Boulevard Raspail and gives me a superb view of Paris in a downpour. Perfect weather for my trip to the flea markets of Saint Ouen in search of Ulysses. As I address, I realize that the clothes I've tossed in my suitcase the night before are completely unsuited for the rigors of Parisian climate. A problem I have to remedy fast if I don't want to struggle against the cold and wet as I trek around the city. I consider taking the record with me, but decide that it's probably more secure and safe in my room. As the train lets up a little, I wake up to a local brazier that I used to go occasionally as a student. Usually when I come to Paris, it's just a quick trip to the head office of the bank I work for in La Défense. It's pleasant to be able to enjoy the capital without the constant stress, even if I'm not exactly on vacation. Maybe it's a matter of context, I don't know, but I think to myself that this could be a great opportunity to hook up with some of my old college friends. I would sit on the terrace under the awning light a cigarette and order a croquet monsieur and a coffee. I mentally kind of like my old friends and realize that those that I haven't lost track of have, like me, moved on to the provinces. Of course, there's my old pal Frank Duval. Last I heard, he still lives here. I could call him, see if he wants to meet up for a drink. There always has to be a Frank. I tell myself that a bit of moral support wouldn't hurt. Frank and we've known each other for so long, and I felt a little ashamed of myself for not catching up with him often. This is the time to fix that. I grab my phone and dial his number. He tells me he's loved to see me and we agree on meeting place for a drink later in the evening. I look forward to it happily. I finish my croquet monsieur, pay the bill, and set up towards the nearest subway entrance. The rain is falling again, then I get to Saint Ouen. The address our mark gave me is stall 73 in the Jules Vauxhall Market. First I deal with my pressing problem. I go into first drift. Oh my god. I totally read that wrong. There's no shortage of them here in Saint Ouen. I think it's Quen or Wen. I don't see no line. There's Ouen. I quickly rummage through the overflowing racks of eclectic garments, trying to find something practical, cheap and warm. I selected an old coat, long with a fur collar. It's not exactly the type of thing I usually wear, but I think to myself, after all, why not? I slip it on, just my size. A young woman at the cash desk assures me that it looks fabulous. Of course it does, trying to make us that sale. A few minutes later, a few euros lighter, but ready to face that fall drizzle, I head out in the search of Ulysses' stall. The neighborhood is a real maze and I'm going in circles for some time before I finally stumble on the entrance to the Jules Vauxhall Market. It's 1 in the afternoon and some of the stalls have already begun to close up shop. I hope I'm not going to pay for my lie-in by finding myself facing a closed metal shutter. I work my way down a lane to stall 73. Unfortunately, instead of the old record stall I had hoped to find, the place is taken by a bookseller. A bit further along, there's a stall selling 90/50 furnishings, which also has a few boxes of old records. Above the storefront, a sign announces Patty's Store, Hardware and Records. Maybe the owner, a young woman who looked like a Betty Page imitator, will be able to help me. On the other hand, the bookseller is unhurriedly moving his boxes of books inside. The bookseller, a mustached old man, watches me with interest, probably trying to decide whether he should come over to me or let me go to him. I decide to relieve his indecision and go to him. Good afternoon, Mr. Pierre Duplo. Good to meet you. He holds out a hand. I shake it. Are you interested in old books? Can I help you with something? Yes, at least, maybe. I'm looking for a stall that sells vinyl records. The address I was given is your pitch. I show him the paper with the address. Ah, yes, I remember him, Ulysses. A nice boy. He was doing some research into the Thelema. He gave his stall up to me when he left Paris. Wait, the Thelema? What's that? Yes, you know, the occult movement founded by Crowley, among others. Crowley, the name seems familiar. Aleister Crowley, an Englishman, he wrote the Liber Ave Legis. You must have heard it. There are plenty of fictional works that refer to it, a bit like Lovecraft or Edgar Allan Poe. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I got a very nice copy if you like, an American first edition in excellent condition, but if you're really interested in the subject, the Theosophists are much more informative than Crowley. If I were you, I'd begin with Blavatsky instead of wasting your time with melodramatic Satan worshippers. He grabs a thick leather-bound volume labeled Isis Unveiled from the shelf behind me. I realize that the conversation is getting out of hand. If he starts trying to sell me this merchandise, I will never get him back on track. I have to refocus this discussion fast. Look, sir, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your books. I just want to find my friend. The old man looks crushed. He must be a real fanatic. Ah, I see. Well, young lady, all I know for sure is that he let me have his pitch. When I asked him why he wanted to give such a great pitch, I think he said something about London to continue his research. I have to admit, I wasn't really concerned after all. It's none of my business. Anyway, that's all I can tell you. But you should ask Patricia. You got a stall a bit further down the road. He points out a stall full of 1950 furnishings. It's called Chess Patty. She might be able to tell you more, considering that they were seeing a lot of each other, she and your friend, if you know what I mean. Bookseller looks at his watch. If you'll excuse me, it's time to shut up shop. I don't have any advice for you, but you should hurry if you want to talk to Patty. If you're ever looking for a particular publication, do let me know. Thank you, Mr. Diplo. Good evening. I know what I have to do. I approached the young woman who was writing in a large notebook. The day's account, probably. Hello, I guess you're Patty? He looks at me and answers with a slight Italian accent. Patrizia for the tourists. What can I do for you? I'm looking for the owner of the old record store on pitch 73. Ulysses, the new stallholder, told me you knew him. Patrizia gives a broad smile as she gazes at me. Let me guess. Alice, right? He bursts out laughing at my startled expression, delighted to have astounded me, but with a trace of spite. Because probably he never stopped talking about me. It's funny, you're not all how I imagined you'd be. But how? Oh, it's simple. Ulysses told me about you, of course. You really screwed his head up when you left him, you know? That's in the past, is over. Patricia stares at me. Oh, it certainly wasn't over for him, that's for sure. Or for you either. They're actually seen as you're here looking for him. How do you two know each other? He took stall 73 about, what, 3-4 years ago? He was just next door and he seemed nice, so I went over to say hello and we became friends. Something tells me that we're more than just friends. I'm reluctant to ask her. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I decided I prefer not to know, but I suppose my agitation must be obvious. Patricia snorts with laughter again. The situation seems to amuse her enormously, yet there's no hostility, no spite. Just a disarming honesty paired with a certain audacity. Yes, we were having sex, your man and I. I don't give a fuck. He even lived at my place for a while when we first arrived in Paris. Don't you love the girl? What is it, these girls like this? But it didn't work out. Patricia heaves of the theatrical side, intensely Italian. Now, all that shit, what do you call that? But he still left you. Like, there's no point in saying that shit. Good for you, you fucked him. But it had nothing to do with you, my dear. You weren't meant to last. Ulysses wasn't really my type, if you know what I mean. Patricia gives me a throaty smile and continues talking about before I realize I had the chance to figure out what she's trying to tell me. And I have to say that his hippie music got on my nerves pretty quickly. Let me guess, you're more of a Cramps or Meteors type of girl, right? Exactly, we could see eye to eye on the Sonics and the Kinks, but that gave us a pretty small common ground. Of course, I soon realized that he was still hung up on you. Anyway, we broke up, but we stayed on good terms. He's not the type to hold a grudge here, Ulysses. Did he by any chance mention a record to you, a rare vinyl? A record which has something to do with Aleister Crowley, maybe? Oh yes, of course, his mystery record. I found it in his things, but he never wanted me to listen to it. I didn't push him, probably some weird psychedelic thing. If I know him. Patricia rummages in her bag and pulls out her cell phone. She checks the time. Oh, it's time to close up. Do you have plans for this evening? A question catches me unaware. I had planned to meet a friend for drinks. Why do you ask? That's a shame. I could have introduced you to someone who might have some answers to your questions. I can cancel with Frank easy enough. I can always see him some other time. On the other hand, do I really want to spend the evening with your Patricia and this mystery person? Sorry, but what do you mean by someone who have the answers to my questions? Patricia smiles. An old musician that I know. Ulysses spent some time with him before he left. Maybe he can clue you in better than I can. What do you say? I don't trust her. It's kind of you, but I can't this evening, and I already know where I should look next. Auntie tells me I'll be buying a ticket to London very soon. Patricia looks disappointed. Oh, fine, no problem. It's your decision. Drop me a line if you're back in Paris. I will. Thanks for all your help. I don't trust her. I'm in a bar on the left bank. The place stretches into a long vaulted cellar. The notes of a baby grand piano tickle from a corner. The pianist plays a selection of old jazz standard trying to play with Oscar Peterson like finesse. The perfect background music for this early evening. I had time to stop at the hotel and take a shower before jumping to the subway. Frank's always punctual, he won't be long. And then as my gin and tonic arrives, I feel a hand on my shoulder. Hey Al, we hug. It's good to see you, Frank. We've been friends since we were kids. We managed to stay in touch when we left on a carpentry apprenticeship and I continued my studies. I feel a bit guilty for not catching up with him for so long. Frank is all smiles, but I can tell that something is bothering him. He's even more disheveled than usual with shadows under his eyes. I'm about to ask how he's doing, but he beats me to it. So tell me, what brings you to the City of Lights? A high finance congress, some dough to stash for the winemaking mafia? I smile. No, nothing like that. Can I get this? I'm looking for my ex, Ulysses, you remember? The record guy? Did you break up like 2-3 years ago? He sent me a record a few days ago, but yes, I haven't heard from him since we broke up. A record? You're going to think I'm old-fashioned, but personally, I have gone for a big bunch of flowers if I wanted to hook up with your ex. That's always a safe bet. And again, what was your last serious relationship, wasn't it? Maybe this is the moment to rekindle an old flame. I realize that Frank too has no memory of John Baptiste. Even though they've met several times in Paris and Bordeaux, we spent several weekends together with Frank and his girlfriend Daphne. And they got on pretty well, he and John Baptiste. Well, then it's not exactly what you think. Let me explain. Ulysses just sent me this record, no explanation, no note, nothing. And it's as if he had to get rid of it and I was the only person he could trust me with it. Do you see? Frank frowns. Alright, that's odd, right? But you know, I never hit in that fact that I thought Ulysses was great. In fact, I never got why you two broke up. You seem so good together. What's the record? I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. There's nothing on the jacket or the label. That's why I came to Paris. I'm trying to find Ulysses, and this record is my only lead. I guess I'm really worried about him. I understand. All sounds a bit crazy. Hang on though, that's not everything. You're going to think I'm mad, but something really weird happened when I listened to the record. A quick smile twists Frank's face, maybe with a touch of bitterness. But you know, not much surprises me these days. I take a deep breath. Oh well, when I listened to the record, it was as if I'd been catapulted into my past to the moment Ulysses and I broke up. It was the evening I met John Baptiste, my new boyfriend. Oh, you got a new boyfriend? No, that is not anymore. When I returned to the present a few minutes later, it was as if we never met. But as if just listening to Ulysses' record, I changed my past. Frank looks confused. Listen, Alice, if anyone else has told me that, I have thought they were crazy. But we've known each other for what, 20 years? I believe you, of course. There's a pause in the conversation. Frank needs a little time to digest the information. And so you're in Paris for what exactly? I'm trying to trace Ulysses and to trace the record. Looks like he was making his own inquiries after we split up. That brought me here to Paris, next move London. So if I get you, you're trying to find Ulysses so he can explain to you how to use this magic record? That's it. Why don't you try listening to it again to undo what you changed? Problem is that I've got no idea how it works. I'm scared of screwing up and finding myself in an even more different reality. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't erase our friendship. That would have been too bad. Frank bursts out laughing. Are you kidding? I put up with you for 20 years. You think that be wiped out with a snap of the fingers? I wish. Don't you mean I'll be putting up with you for 20 years? Frank looks serious again. You're right. Yeah, I was stupid to leave it so long to call you. I realize now how much I've missed you, Alice. I think it's my turn to ask how you've been. From his great face, I can tell Frank has a lot to tell me. And you, what has been happening with you since last year? How's Daphne? With the lift of his finger, Frank gestures to me to wait, finishes the beer that he ordered when he arrives and looks for a double scotch. This doesn't look good. Sorry, I needed something a little stronger to talk about it. The last time I saw you, you were the perfect couple, Daphne and you. What happened to? Frank cuts me off before I can finish my sentence. Daphne got pregnant last year. He gulps his whiskey. She lost the baby. It's difficult to know what to say in this kind of situation. It was complicated. A few months later, Daphne and me, we decided to separate. I figured it would be temporary, that she needed some time. I never thought I'd lose her forever. And she got an inheritance from her grandmother. A big house in the country in the Cruz. We went to live down there in August, kind of on a whim. We ditched her studies. That's a pity. There's one person in the world I could see finishing a doctorate in sciences, Daphne. Yep, it surprised me too. On the other hand, I understand the need to reconstruct a change. Something like that happens as a before and after. It broke something in me too. Frank's eyes are damp. I don't think I've ever seen him so vulnerable. I just realized how important she is to me. Just how much I couldn't live without her. And after, what happened after? I did something pretty stupid. I followed her. I moved to the village. I took on a few projects there. I was so afraid she'd forget me. I know she needed time to get herself together, that I should let her go at her own rhythm. You remember what you said when we got together? Frank, it was more than 10 years ago. That's a long time. You said it wouldn't last. And still 10 years after that night at your apartment, we were still together. When I think that I was so beat, I almost didn't go. You know, it was me who pushed for the baby. Daphne wanted to wait till she finished her doctorate. No, not really. Sometimes it's, what is it, to make the Dessa happy, or she did probably. It's not always. Sometimes it's to, what do you call that? There's no point in dwelling on it like this. You couldn't have known she'd miscarry. Yeah, you're probably right. That doesn't stop me from feeling guilty. So you left to be with her? How are you getting on living together? I'm not sure. I feel like she's moving away from me a little more each day. She called me to help with on site a big job for Battlements de France. That's why I'm back in Paris, and I needed a break to think things over. You know, he'd like us to work together. He's been on at me for a while. He tried to talk me into it again just yesterday. What do you think you'll do then? Frank rummages in his pockets and pulls out a little velvet box, which he places on the bar. I don't need to be psychic to know what's inside. I'm going back to Cruz tomorrow. You know how I feel about marriage. Everything I've gone through this year has made me think I'm truly ready to commit to her forever. I've known for years that she's the only woman for me. Child for me was the ultimate commitment. Frank pauses, gazing into space. And I'm going crazy. I need an anchor, do you see? Sorry to be blunt, but I think it's a big mistake. Alice, I've been turning this problem over in my head for weeks. I don't know what to do. If I do nothing, I'm scared I'll lose Daphne forever. If I decided to do something, I risk losing her too. Problem is that ring looks a lot like an ultimatum. If you care about her, please take it easy. Go slow. I know you'll drive straight in, and if it doesn't go the way you want, you'll get angry. You'll say things that you'll regret. Frank looks away sheepishly. I know you already decided, and that's nothing I'll say will make. Nothing I'll say will make you change your plans. If you really want to plan to ask her to marry you, despite everything warning you to watch your step and go softly, otherwise you're going to screw it up, and then it will be over. What is it for good? Frank nods, murmurs thanks, and throws back the rest of his drink. Anyway, enough about all that. Another round. He points out at my glass and adds, same again, gin and tonic, right? The waiter brings us fresh glasses and we talk about everything and nothing. The evening goes by without me noticing. We order the last drink. It's after midnight when Frank suggests we say goodnight. It's late, and he got a long road tomorrow. We pay the bill, and we're swallowed up by the Parisian night. Only a few minutes walk between the bar and my hotel. Frank has insisted on accompanying me. We're recalling old incidents from high school when I start to feel that I'm being watched again. Rockabilly dude again? Frank notices and asks me what's wrong. In a low voice, I tell him that I have a feeling we're being followed. Frank, with his usual tact, turns around sharply. You know, I think there's a guy hiding behind that car. Wait. Frank marches up to the car in question. Aware that he's been caught, the guy stands up, a nervous smile playing on his lips. It's the old rockabilly who was listening on to my conversation with Mark 2 days earlier. Good evening, Eddie Black. Nice to meet you. Frank turns to me. Do you know this clown? No, but he followed me from Bordeaux. I just wanted to... Frank cuts him off straight away. I don't care what you want. You stop following my friend. But... There's no but. This is your only warning. If I catch you following us again, well, I won't be so friendly the next time. Alright. I don't want any trouble, okay? Eddie Black turns around and goes back up the road. I couldn't tell if he was disappointed or annoyed. You know what he wants? I think he's looking for the record Ulysses sent me. But how would he know you have it? I think he knows Ulysses. It's the only explanation. Yes, it is. But if he can trace it to you, maybe he's not the only one. Yes, I have to admit that's worrying me too. I don't think I told you, but my apartment in my door was turned over. You were burgled? No, there wasn't anything missing. I think the person who broke in was looking for something specific, if you see what I mean. The infamous record? I reckon. You think that's the guy who broke in? I don't know, it's possible. Another good reason for you to be careful. And again, I don't really have much choice. Only thing I can do is try to find Ulysses as quickly as possible and hope that everything turns out okay. Frank nods, but his face is full of concern. Right, come on. I think we have enough excitement for today. Set off again toward my hotel. 1 o'clock. I'm on a train heading to London. Arriving at St. Pancras is just over 2 hours, which gives me the time to find the hotel and prepare my search. As there's probably no better way of finding a record store owner than talking to other record store owners. I'll begin by making a list of stores to visit. I'll take the opportunity to ask a few questions about the record too. After my exciting night, I spent a hectic morning running from subway to catch the first train and all an empty stomach. I'm going to be roaming London with my suitcase. I really should eat something first. I grudgingly decided to take a wander down the buffet cart to buy myself a sandwich, which is unlikely to be tasty but will certainly be very expensive. I instinctively, I check the record is tucked well away at the bottom of my bag and begin the check to... Oh, but what if it breaks? Jeez. I'm ordering a ham sandwich and a cup of insipid brown liquid claims to be coffee when I notice a poster suggesting that that maybe would be a good idea to invest in a travel card. I check my wallet to see if any chance I have forgotten Oyster card with a few credits on it from my last conference in London. As I feared, it must have been on a shelf somewhere in my apartment in Bordeaux. Unless of course it simply doesn't exist at all in this reality. The steward behind the counter tells me that he's sorry, but they're all out of prepaid cards. I just resigned myself to a long wait in line on my arrival in the bustle of King's Cross Station, when the person behind me offers me her card. I turn, surprised. She's in her 30s with short hair and a trouser suit. That's very kind, but I can't accept. Please, I insist. I don't take the tube much. Honestly, I've just been lying around in my bag for ages. Her French is excellent despite the touch of foreign accent which I can't place. If you're really resolved of an exchange of resources, buy me a coffee and we'll call it even. I'm almost out of cash and it'll avoid me paying the card charges for such a small amount. And anyway, I wouldn't mind a bit of company. I'll help pass the time, don't you think? He holds out a hand. Ava, nice to meet you. Alice. I shake her hand, nod, and order another espresso for her. I join my generous benefactor who's taking a place near the counter. I slide the coffee to her. She slides the travel card to me. Tell me, Alice, what brings you to London? Take a minute to watch her before answering. This Ava is a bit odd. I'm certainly not going to share my private business with a stranger, no matter how generous she is. But there's nothing to convince me that she's not an umpteenth person who wants to steal Ulysses' record. I'm looking for someone close, but I've lost contact with. Probably he might have gone to London. Oh, that's exciting. Someone close, maybe an ex-fiance. Not exactly. We've never engaged, but he did live together, yes. That's a romantic story. I like it. I wonder why you wanted to make contact again. Let me guess. I'd say that you lived through something that changed your view of the world and you're looking for answers. Is that it? I involuntarily stiffen. In fact, she knows exactly who I am, and her presence in the line was no coincidence. She scrutinizes me, her eyes too intense, too piercing, making me extremely uneasy, as if she could plumb the depths of my soul with a glance. I tried to regain my control of the conversation by turning the question back on her. Hey, what brings you to London? Well, I guess you could say I lost something a few years ago, an object that was priceless to me and my organization. After finally tracking it down very recently, I found that it has changed hands before I could, let's say, secure a transaction. If you see what I mean. If I had any doubts about my companion's intentions before, they are now crystal clear. I could try to feign ignorance and slip away. I don't believe Ava's the type to make a scene in public. I could also finish this game of making believe and confront her head on about the record. No, sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you don't mind, I'm going back to my seat. Thank you for your Oyster card. It's very kind of you. I turn away. Ava catches hold of my arm. Alice, let me give you some advice, if I may. You can't still forget all this and go back to your little life in Bordeaux. The record won't give you what you're looking for. Think about it. Let go of my arm, please. Look at each other in the eye for a moment. Then she releases me. Something tells me we'll meet again. And next time, I hope with all my heart that you'll be ready to return which belongs to me. Turns to the window and watches the English countryside rush past, cutting off the conversation. I wait undecided for a moment before taking my sandwich and my coffee, leaving the buffet car. First thing I notice when I get back to my seat is that my case is gone. I understand better why Ava had redoubled her efforts to keep me talking. I concluded that she must have one or several accomplices, unlike Eddie Black, who seemed operating alone. I don't expect I'll see my case again, which is my case contained nothing of value. Some toiletries and a few clothes I bought with me. The record is safe in my handbag with my papers. My neighbor in the next seat looks like she's fast asleep, and I don't have the heart to wake her to ask if she noticed anything. As a salve of my conscious, I question the two teenagers in the seat across the aisle. They shrug their shoulders and murmur sorry. I drop in my seat, struggling against panic. The thought of finding the conductor and telling him about my problem crosses my mind, but I banish it quickly. And what is they expect me to do? I admit to myself with some difficulty that the conversation with Ava has really shaken me up. Ava will certainly be on the lookout for her first chance to get a hold of the record. I have to be doubly careful now. The last half hour of my journey drags past in a feverish expense. When the train finally begins to pull in the situation, I leave my seat to the next exit, ready to disappear in the crowd as soon as it stops the open door. Alright, let me pause here and I'll be right back. I hope this doesn't move forward. But Chapter 3, London. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning local time. I'm in a pub in Holborn with a large coffee and a phone book in front of me. Yesterday when the train got in, I had scurried to the underground with a backward glance. I had the feeling that several people were seeking me out in the crowd. But I didn't know. I don't know if it was my paranoia at work or if Ava really did have henchmen ready on the station platform to accept the record. Whatever the case, I managed to jump onto a train without confrontation. Considering the circumstances, it was probably risky to stay close to the station, so I made the journey to a little hotel that I stayed in for a conference organized by my employer at the bank last spring. After my difficult day, which had ended with me crossing London, constantly checking over my shoulder to be sure I wasn't being followed, I decided to get an early night. which is why I find myself at a relatively early hour making a list of the city record stores with the hope that someone will be able to help me find Ulysses' trail again. I'll take a mouthful of my cooling coffee, glancing at my handbag. The room that I booked didn't have a safe. So I brought the record with me, not daring to trust it to the reception desk. I turned the page of the phone book, continuing my selection. To avoid spending too much time traveling, I tried to restrict myself to the Mayfair and Convent Garden areas. Have the advantage of being central and being part of the supposedly trendy districts. There's no point in making a list as long as my arms, well, 3 well-chosen record stores should be enough for me to find the answers to my questions. And if none of them can help me, I'm pretty sure that at least one of them will be able to point me in the direction of colleagues who may have known more. Record store owners are like big cats. Each one has their own hunting ground, but they often quench their thirst at the same watering hole. The first store I've noted, Yard Sale Records, has the advantage of being on Carnaby Street. The road is well known for being crammed with clothes and thrift stores. I should be able to buy myself a few clothes there without breaking the bank. With the disappearance of my case, I have to resign myself to wearing yesterday's clothes, which have already been through the clammy filth of the subway of 2 cities and a train journey, all which prompts me to start the day with a bit of shopping. I confess, when I got up this morning after the setback giving my search and going back to Bordeaux certainly crossed my mind. But I quickly changed my mind after all. My apartment has been searched before I left. If I give up now, it's only a matter of time before someone manages to steal the record from me. And I need to know what happened to Ulysses. Not to mention that I still intend to learn how to use the record to return to my reality. Even if Ava implied that my chances of success were slim, I turned back to the phone book. I add Strawberry Fields record store to my list. Oh, Strawberry Fields Beatles? The store claims to be the oldest and most psychedelic in the city since 1966 in other words, since the great days of swinging London. Considering the age of the store, I imagine the strong possibility that Ulysses has been there. As to finish a little further away in Mayfair, Sidecar Vinyls is specialized in secondhand records with an advert says true rock and roll garage in 60s. I gulped down the rest of my coffee, paid my bill at the bar as it's customary this side of the channel. Then I head west along New Oxford Street. Sky is overcast but not threatening rain. I decide a walk will do me good, especially as Carnaby Street is only half an hour away on foot as far as I recall. On the way, I stop at Marks & Spencer that I come across. To deal with my most pressing needs, I buy a small travel bag and throw in some toiletries, underwear, and a few pair of warm tights to combat the hostile chill of British fall. The prices in mind, I try to stick to the strictly necessary. Even if theoretically this London escapade will be erased when I listen to the record again, it would be annoying to run short of funds before that. Quarter of an hour later, I am in Carnaby Street. I begin as planned by visiting a few thrift stores. Recreating a wardrobe from nothing, even a basic one, seems like almost impossible task which could easily take all day. But I try not to get distracted and to focus on the basics. I have to say I rather missed the coat I brought in Paris, which have vanished along with my suitcase. So I begin by replacing it with a short black jacket, which I pair with a pale gray woolen skirt and a beige and white striped sailor top. I complete my new wardrobe with a few tops that can be worn anywhere, some black pants, another short skirt, and a slightly longer one. That should be enough for a few days. As if by wandering take me to another country again, at least I'll be traveling light. I used the store fitting room to change and slip my dirty clothes in a pocket of my travel bag. Instantly, I feel much better with clean clothes. I look at the time, it's almost midday. I decide that I spent enough time on provisions. It's time for focus on my main reason for coming here. When I get to Yard Sale Records, the store is plunged in darkness. I notice taped to the door window tells me in handwritten capital letters, won't open until late, come back later. Sorry, not sorry, Alan. Too bad, I'll just have to come back later. Maybe this Alan will have decided to get out of the bed by then. Stuck between a bookstore and a pub, the faded old wooden facade of Strawberry Fields record store exudes character. The store is very well located on a touristy little pedestrian street. When I push open the door, my nostrils are assaulted by the scent of incense and patchouli. The interior, which is lit by a few floor lamps, is long and narrow, with tiers of records along each side. The A side of Forever Change plays as a volume as subdued as the lighting. Rare records are displayed along the walls, high up with prices best described as exuberant. To tell the truth, I feel more like I've walked into a museum than a shop. Once my eyes have become accustomed to the gloom, I make out behind the counter an old man with half-moon glasses, long white hair and a beard just as white and just as long. He's reading a battered paperback copy of the collected works of Allen Ginsberg. A roll-up burns out at the corner of his mouth. I approach the counter and venture a shy hello. I have a strong feeling that I'm disturbing him. The old man doesn't even glance at me. I wave my hand this time, trying a "Hey, can you hear me?" "Gwen's coming," the man mutters into his beard. I'm seriously considering leaving when the bead curtains at the back of the shop separate with a jingle, and a young woman with long blonde hair and welcoming smiles appears. "Sorry for taking so long. I was just feeding Rob's cat. Can I help you?" Either I ask if she knows Ulysses, or I can bring up the record, hopefully without revealing too much. I could also decide that I'm wasting my time, make something up, and then slip away. The lightning. Yes, it may sound a bit odd to you, but I'm looking for a friend of mine. A record store owner, Ulysses, does that ring any bell? Rob lifts his eyes from his book and stares at me. Long brown, curly, dark-skinned glasses? He would have been in London a few months ago. You know, there's a lot of record collectors. I don't know all of them. He turns to the old man. How about you, Rob? Ring any bells? Rob relights a cigarette and takes a deep drag. It's at that moment that I realize, from the characteristic smell of the smoke he exhales, that his roll-up contains more than just tobacco or weed. No, sorry, doesn't ring any bells. We have a lot of people passing through the shop. It's a pretty touristy area, you know. Usually it's Gwen who takes care of the customers. If she doesn't remember your friend, I thought I could help. My memory isn't what it is. As it proves his word, Rob takes another deep pull on his joint and goes back to his book. Gwen shrugs, looking sorry. Are you sure? He specializes in psychedelic music. I'd be surprised if you didn't know him. You might have a record to appraise with him. An acetate 7-inch white label? Really, it doesn't strike a chord? Oh yes, you should have said. Actually, someone did come with a record like that. One turns to Rob. It was in September when you were at Stonehenge with your hippie friends. To tell the truth, I've completely forgotten about it. As Rob said, we have so many people coming through. And then the weirdos who think they're sitting on a gold mine and try to flog us a busted up 18th re-release of Sgt. Pepper. There shed loads of them. He was looking for information about his record, but what was weird was that he refused to put it on the record player. He told me it was the type of thing, if you have to ask to listen to it, you can't help me. So, well, I couldn't do much for him. Rob puts his book down to the counter, crushes out his roach, and gets out of his chair. His lethargy seems to dissipate instantly. Wait a second, you're telling me that someone came to the shop with Crowley's legendary recording and that you let him leave? Gwen blushes and stammers an excuse. How was I supposed to know it was worth something? Rob turns to me and gazes at me intently. Do you know where the record is? I can give you a good price. I'm sorry, I don't know where it is. Of course this is a lie, but frankly I don't want to give up the information. I figured I already got enough people after me. Obviously Rob is disappointed. I pity if you do find your friend and he wants to part with it, don't hesitate to send him to see me, okay? Wait a minute, you said it's a Crowley recording, right? You're not the first person to say that. There are plenty of stories going around, that's just that one seems to be the most plausible to me. It's the one that fits best with the supposed powers which people claim the record has. I had this shop since the 60s. There have been generations of music. I've seen generations of youth. The recording comes up with a conversation pretty often. As a record collective, I've always dreamed of getting my hands on it. It really does exist. Could you please tell me more about these so-called powers? Rob shrugs. Most of it's cock and bull stories. I've heard all sorts. Some people claim it's an amazing psychedelic trip, better than listening to the second disc of Electric Ladyland on Sandos. Others say they know someone who listened to the record and that person had met God or aliens or leprechauns or whatever. To tell the truth, a historical value that interests me. In almost 40 years in this job, I've seen quite a few gems. Test pressing of airplanes, a collection of originals from the Vertigo label, factory sealed copy of Wegmüller's Tarots. That record is the holy grail of record collectors. One last question. If you were looking for information about what recording, who would you ask? Rob thinks for a moment. I'm not really sure. What about your old mate Art? Gwen turns to me. When he comes by the shop, you can stop by the two of them. I don't know if I read that correctly. I think he's the only person I know who's more of a rock history buff than Stony. Hearing the nickname Stony, Rob throws a murderous glance at Gwen, who seems to either not notice or not care. The only problem is that Art doesn't live in London anymore. The house prices went up, he moved to Scotland. Art, could you give me his full name, please? Arthur Perlman. He works for the BBC on the radio. As for his address, have we got it written down somewhere, Gwen? Gwen shrugs. I can look in the papers, but I can't promise anything. That death? God, that would be kind of you. That means the people are getting close. I think if this is people are getting close. I forgot what that. I'll do it right now. It might take a bit of time though. If you saw the mess in the back of the shop, that's okay, I got plenty of time. As she's about to go in the back of the store, Rob puts his hand on her shoulder to stop her. Hey, this is a record shop, not a detective agency. Sorry, but if you're not here to buy, I understand. Sorry, I won't bother you anymore. Thanks so much for all your help. That gives me a little wave and I leave the store. Sidecar vinyls look like a garage transformed into a record store. There are two Harley Davidsons parked near the entrance, and I'm obliged to squeeze past, straddling boxes of records to get the counter which stretches across the black wall. Back of the store is windowless, and the cold light of the neon tubes create in a surprisingly sterile atmosphere. A small group of leather-clad people huddle around the bar with bottles and cans of beer in their hands. The radical change of ambience compared to the subdued atmosphere and meticulous order of Rob and Gwen's store. I'm asking myself what I'm doing here when the person who I suppose must be the owner, a middle-aged man with a mustache, wearing a leather jacket with a Motorhead t-shirt stretched across his round belly, urges me to not be scared, to come closer, and with a distinguished French accent. Let me guess, his name is Elvis? Elvis. I decide to answer him in the language of Molière. Bonjour, vous pouvez c'est François? Bonjour, vous pouvez français? The guy seems caught off guard and starts to laugh after a moment of hesitation. He turns to the group and says in English on their behalf, "Hey guys, who says hello to the frog? Hey guys, say hello to the froggy." He turns to look at me. I hear a chorus of hello along with a few bonjour, mademoiselle from the bolder ones. Didier. Excuse the weirdos, it's meeting day for the Mayfair Motor Club, which I'm a member of. He holds out a hand, I shake it. Didier, nice to meet you. Tell me, what brings you here? I don't suppose you're here to discuss Chokes and Strokes volumes. I couldn't imagine Ulysses in this territory. There's very little chance that I'll get any useful information, but now that I'm here, I'll figure that I might as well ask a few questions. I'm looking for a friend who was researching a record. I know that he came to London, so I'm checking some of the record stores in case someone's seen him. He's a record store owner too. Oh, you know, as far as I'm concerned, records pay the bills. Parties are my real passion. I need a bit of more info. What's your mate's name? Ulysses, brown curly hair, dark skin, glasses. Didier shakes his head. No, sorry, doesn't ring any bell. And the record he's researching? It's an acetate, 7-inch white label. Didier smiles and let us out a triumphant thundering aha! And you're going to tell me that you can't describe the music that's on it, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I've heard about that record. I've got an old pal who's been looking for it for years. I hadn't considered this possibility could be someone I've already met. I could play the innocent and try to learn more. It'd also be tough and shut down any attempts at negotiation. Sorry, but the record's not for sale. Oh no, he doesn't want to buy it. He just wants to listen to it. He believes that listening to the record will literally change his life. His name's John Luke, but he calls himself Eddie Black. Ring any bells? Oh shit. Seeing my face, Didier immediately realized that yes, it does ring a bell. Oh hell, I hope he wasn't too crass with you. I promise you, he's a lovely guy, but as I said, he's obsessed by the record. I really don't know what to think, to be honest. On the other hand, he behaved like someone who was up to something. On the other, I don't really have any real reason to accuse him of anything. I understand that maybe the circumstances of your meeting weren't ideal, but knowing Jean-Luc, I'm sure it was mostly awkwardness. We've known each other ever since we were kids. Us two, I swear on my life, he's a good guy. If you would let him listen to the record. I don't know, I need to think about it. I understand, are you staying a few days in London? I don't think I'll stay long, I already got a lead for my next search. I understand, can I get in touch with you? Do you have a cell phone number? Yes, but I don't have a long distance service. Oh well. We'll give that a miss. That'll cost me a fortune. In any case, you know where to find me, unless would be okay with telling me which hotel you're staying in. I hesitate. On the other hand, I don't know if I can trust this guy enough to give him the address of my hotel. On the other hand, maybe Eddie Black Jean-Luc is truly harmless and perhaps he has some useful information for me about the record. But am I truly ready to take the risk? I don't trust these people. Oh, sorry, but I don't trust you enough to give you the address. I understand. Didier grabs a notebook and a pencil. Listen, to make it easy, I'll give you my number. Either drop by here or give me a buzz tomorrow, okay? Knowing Jean-Luc will jump on the first train. Can I count on you? I nod. I sincerely hope I won't regret it. Didier's lifts his right hand, 3 fingers raised and pinky bent. Doubts honor. Then he turns to the group of bikers and tells them to drink by health. I am gratified by a thundering cheers from the assembly. I give them a wave and then I clamber back between the records and the motorbikes to find the exit. Once in the street, I walk quickly away from the store, hoping that I've made the right choice. There are the lights and movements when my steps lead me back to Yard Sale Records this time. A few loafers loiters among the boxes with a young girl focused on her listening headphones firmly in place. Moves the needle back and forth on the record player in one of the booths. Why does this shit sound so eerie? The background music is folk, a little old yet inspired, topped by a husky voice with murmurs in Spanish. Boxes seem to contain quite a lot new releases, small presses of alternative bands. They have a secondhand section, I don't know where it could be, which isn't exactly a good sign for my search. Behind the counter, the 2 sales clerks seems to be arguing. I move closer. Just because we just opened up doesn't mean you can't just subject us to wishy-washy folk music. It's way too late in the day for this. Right, Beth, first, it's not wishy-washy folk music. It's the latest best record for Devendra Banhart. It's a new import. We just got it in a second. The guy is a genius. And as Alan once again forgot to put his alarm on, you say that this still counts as the morning, right? Fine then, but I get to choose the next record. Deal? Deal, as long as it's not your pseudo-feminist second-rate Sonic Youth. Sleater Kinney's second-rate Sonic Youth. It's the rock record of the year. But either that or it's the new Franz Ferdinand that nobody wins. We've been listening to it on repeat for the last month. We sell 3 copies every time we play it, Garrett. Do you like being able to pay your rent at the end of the month? Ahem, excuse me. Beth turns to me beaming. Well, sorry, excuse me, I had to interrupt my work for reasons of cultural divergence with my colleague, but he'll keep... The colleague rolls his eyes. What can I do for you? I'm looking for some information about a rare record. I'm listening. An acetate 7-inch white label. Does that ring any bells? Well, I know that what an acetate is, but I need a bit more detail. Do you know the artist, the name of the track? Beth clearly has no idea what I'm talking about. I'm about to give up when the other employee, Gary, comes over. Maybe we should send her to see the boss. Do you reckon? I'm not sure Alan's functioning well enough for any conversation longer than 3 words. Yes, but I overheard what you were saying. Alan was talking about that record not long ago with the geezer. Came by the shop a few times, you know? Garrett turns to me. He was French too. Dark hair, dark skin, glasses? That's the one. He had an unusual name. Sounded like the James Joyce book, Ulysses. Garrett says the name English style, pronounced the final S. I correct this. Ulysses. Right, that's it. Do you know him? He's a friend. I guess you could say I'm looking for him. It's best if you talk to the boss. They've had some dealings together. We're old friends from what I understood. They knew each other back when the boss lived in Paris. Beth points to the left of the counter at a spiral staircase. He's upstairs in the second-hand section. As I climb the stairs, the music from the ground floor gradually fades. When I reach the upper floor, there's a radically different atmosphere. The upper floor is engulfed in shadow, the lights off and the space lit only by the large window which runs the whole length of the wall. The room is a mess with boxes of records piled up all over the place, making striking contrast with the skillfully created trendiness of the ground floor. Final note of the Velvet Underground's Sunday morning play on the sound system, and are followed by English folk track from the same period, probably a cassette tape compilation. At the end of the room, behind the desk overflowing with paperwork, a large red-headed guy sits, or rather sprawls in his chair, his head back and a t-shirt over his face. There's an empty beer mug in one hand, and a tube of aspirin in the other, and a cup of steaming tea cooling on the desk. I approach the desk nervously and clear my throat. Without moving, Alan growls something that sounds like, "Beth, I told you not today," but punctuated with various obscenities. It's not Beth. I'm a friend of Ulysses. Alan lifts the corner of the t-shirt, glances at me, lets out a sigh, and sits up in his chair. Even now, on what is apparently a bad day, he gives a kind of calm force that I find strangely attractive. Ulysses? Ulysses from Paris? Patricius X? Oh my god, why is this important? This might be the lightning. Well, yes, but primarily my ex. Alan seems to be having some trouble connecting the various factions of our rambling conversation. And you are? Alice, I'm also Ulysses' ex. I'm looking for him. Alan gestures me to wait. To summarize, you're Alice, Ulysses' ex from before he moved to Paris, is that right? I nod. And you're looking for him? What can I do for you? Maybe you can begin by telling me how you know Ulysses. I met him when I lived in Paris. Patricius introduced him to me while they were seeing each other. Alan rolls his eyes. Sorry, I just woke up and well, we were a bit wasted last night. What are you doing this evening? I don't have anything planned at the moment. There's a gig in a pub not far away. We plan on going, Beth and Garrett and I. Can we meet up there at 6 p.m.? I need a little time to recover from my rough night. Alan puts the t-shirt back over his face, which seems to mean that conversation is over. Can't see light. When I go back down the stairs, Beth signals to me to come over. So he had a rough night. I told you. He told me to join you at a pub this evening. Do you have the address? Oh yes, the Fox and Sparrow. He notes the address down on the paper for me. I'll see you there. Unless you want to stay here till closing time, it's up to you. You got good music and a few magazines to pass the time if you haven't got anything better to do in the meanwhile. For now, I've been to all the record stores I want to see. Rather than mooching around for the rest of the afternoon or tucking myself away in a pub, I could stay here. Good idea. Thanks for the offer. It'll give me a chance to catch up with what's new. Got listening booths. Help yourself. I thank Beth and head off in a search of a few records to listen to. Fox and Sparrow is only 2 streets away from Yard Sale Records, a typical London pub. From outside, I can see Alan or his 2 employees. I suppose it might be a bit early, or perhaps they're a bit late. I consider waiting for them outside, but decide against it, so I head into the smoky warmth of the pub. The concert has already started. At the end of the room on a platform, the band is playing a folk tune with a strange pagan sound. I order a drink and move closer to the stage. I allow the singer's incantation to lull me. She is completely immersed in her performance, which is punctuated by a large, bearded man who thumps... Oh, that's not working? Who thumps on a big drum with a stick and is accompanied by a few crystalline guitar notes and the low humming of cello. Is that not working? The fuck? All right. I take a moment to consider today's inquiries. They weren't a huge success. At least I have a full name now, Arthur Pullman, and a destination, Scotland. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, I'm almost managed to get Eddie Black's back on my trail. I've still got his number on a paper in my pocket. Then again, maybe I misjudged him. If he really only wants to listen to the record, maybe I could negotiate something with him. Perhaps he has some interesting information to share. Anyway, all I can hope for is that Alan will have some answers for me. At least it seems as though I managed to shake off Ava for the time being. Something tells me it's just a temporary reprieve. I've dragged away from my musings by a hand on my shoulder. This band do a fantastic version of Willow's song. You know, the track from the soundtrack, The Wicker Man? I love their interpretation of, yeah, The Wicker Man. Oh my god, that's a fucked up movie. I love their interpretation of it. I look up at the companion and realize that he must measure at least 6'3". Something I hadn't noticed when he was slumped behind his desk. Do you like it? Yes, I like it a lot. He gestures that he hasn't heard me with the volume of the band. I hesitate to take his arm so that I can repeat into his ear. Seeing my hesitation, he leans down just as I'm standing on my tiptoes, and in the confusion of the moment, I simply tell him, yes, it's great. Alan gives me a slightly embarrassed smile. Oh, okay. There's a moment of silence before I notice that I haven't released his arm. I let go a little hastily, hoping that I am not blushing at my own awkwardness. When I take a step back, he puts a hand on my shoulder and says into my ear, "You managed to find a table, are you coming? We'll be able to talk more easily." Beth is waiting for us at a table on the other side of the pub, far enough from the stage. The music to be a reasonable level to talk without yelling. Garrett joins us carrying the 3 pints of beer with teeter dangerously between his hands. He slides one over to Alan and another to Beth. "Sorry, I didn't know you were drinking." I raise my scarcely touched gin and tonic. "I'm all set, thanks." "We're going to go over and listen. Can you keep our seats for after the set?" Alan agrees with a thumbs up. Garrett and Beth vanish into the crowd around the stage, and Alan turns to me. "I'm sorry about earlier. I went to see Herman Dune in concert last night, and we had a few drinks after. It got a little out of control." Doesn't happen as often as all that, but well, I'll admit today's been a little difficult. Anyway, as you can see, I'm feeling much better tonight. Alan takes a long swig of his beer. As you've seen Patricia's lately, is she okay? It's been ages since I was in touch with her. I'm not great with with the telephone. We only met her at Assault in St. Ouen, but I guess she's fine. Oh, that's good. I lived in Paris for 2 years. I went for my last year of uni. Then I got a job in a record shop in OZM, and that's where I met her. Afterwards, I came back to the UK to start my own shop, and we managed to stay in touch. Spend a weekend in Paris at least once a year, and she spends a weekend in London from time to time. Looks like you were really interested in her, what I see. It shows, bro. That said, when I say Ulysses come into the shop last month, I was a bit surprised. I bumped into him a few times when he was with Patty. A really great guy, but we lost touch when I moved to London. Did he tell you what he was doing in London? He was passing through. I put him on up on a few days when he arrived. The time for him to find somewhere not too pricey to lodge. As far as I understood it, he was tracking down a rare record, an acetate by an unknown artist. When I told him I haven't heard of his legendary record, he didn't want to tell me anymore, and I didn't push him. "Weren't you curious?" Alan shrugs. From what I could see, reading between the lines, he was onto something big. I just thought that he wanted to keep his business under wraps. Came back by the shop, what, about 2 weeks ago maybe? This time it was to tell me that he was leaving London, and he asked if he could leave his boxes of psychedelics with me for a while. What do you mean leaves his box of psychedelics with you? He left his record stock with you? Didn't you notice the secondhand record section was a bit of a mess? I mean, I know I'm not exactly the god of cleaning, but I suddenly found myself with the equivalent of van load of extra boxes all at once. I managed to shift quite a lot of stuff for him. It was a Gong fan, particularly, who took all his originals with no discount. My surprise look, he adds. Oh, don't worry, I write everything down. I take the 20% cut we agreed between us, and he'll have a big check waiting for him from all the stuff I've sold while he was away. I'm just surprised he leave his records. I'm surprised. It surprised me too, to be honest, but well, it's a win-win argument, so I'm not complaining. So he left London about 2 weeks ago, is that right? That's it? You know where he is now? He told me he was going to keep tracking down his record. According to what Rob told me, his next step would be Scotland. Is that what he told you too? Alan raises a worried eyebrow. Rob? That guy at Strawberry Refuels Records. Oh, Stoney, I didn't know Ulysses had gone to see him. But thinking about it, not a bad idea. He's been on the scene for such a long time. There was talk of him meeting an Arthur Pullman. Does that mean anything to you? Alan shrugs. No, nothing at all. Sorry. That doesn't help me much. Scotland's pretty big. Interrupted by Beth, who just sat down next to me on the bench seat. Glasgow. Pardon me? You broke Ulysses. He said he was heading for you. I mean, your bloke, Ulysses. He said he was heading for Glasgow. Beth crosses her arms, a mischievous smile on her lips. Luckily, there's someone who's still got a memory on the team. Alan sits up in his chair, a glimmer of understanding suddenly on his face. Oh yeah, that's right. Now you come to mention it. In fact, I'm pretty sure I gave him the address of my old mate Yorgos. He works in a kind of trendy bar restaurant in the center of Glasgow, the Archery. Beth lifts her empty glass sadly. Hey, shall we get another drink? Will you help me, Alice? Alan, can you keep the table, please? Should we wait for Garrett? I think Garrett occupied. His boyfriend just got here. Beth glances over at the other side of the bar, and there's Garrett stationed near the stage, discreetly holding hands with a young bearded man. Don't move, Alice, I'll go. Beth puts her hands on his shoulder to stop him from rising. No, stay there, please. I need some girl talk with Alice. I go over to the bar with Beth. You said Ulysses was in Glasgow? Yes, that's what he said when he stopped by the last time. Sorry for buttonholing you like this, but I wanted to talk to you about something else. Beth glances over my shoulder at our table. I think the boss fancies you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Oh, fine, I understand. Sorry if I'm out of line. Beth continues her pitch regardless, completely oblivious to my misgivings. Alan probably told you that he moved to England to set up his own shop, but actually he left Paris to be with his missus. Unfortunately, they split up a few months ago. It was pretty messy. Since then, he's been going through a rough time. Joke about him not being able to wake up to open the shop, but honestly, he's been in a bad way since the breakup. It really shook him up. When I saw him come downstairs earlier, all showered and perfumed, well anyway, looking very dapper despite the hungover, I thought to myself that perhaps you were here for a reason. I get the message, leave it there. Find the balls in your court, as they say. The overworked barman finally decided to come and take our order. We order. I managed to pay for my round despite Beth's objections, and we go back to our table. We chat for a while. I go back over to the stage to watch the end of the concert. We order our last drink. Alan tells me funny stories about his life in Paris and London. He tells me how he met Ulysses. I felt a twinge of sadness. I recall the good years we had together with a strange sense of deja vu or more like deja vu. Like I already lived this, which I couldn't explain to myself. Alan's a really good guy. I get the feeling that hiding beneath the imposing physique and that Canadian lumberjack exterior, there's a sensitive child. I think if the circumstances allow it, we could easily become friends. We're in the middle of a lively discussion about the different stages of the career of Mount David when the bell rings for the last order and closing time. I don't think I'll be long before they kick us out. Like walk you back to your hotel? I'll take a moment to think about my answer. Either Alan's extremely respectful for someone who's supposed to be to fancy me, or Beth has misread his behavior. I could take the initiative myself and be more forward. Whatever I decide, I can't see myself going back to my hotel. Whatever I decide, I can't see myself going back to my hotel on my own. Not after the scare I had the night before last, or my conversation with Ava in the buffet car. I put my hands on his. I was thinking maybe we should continue this conversation. How about a drink at your place? With pleasure. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a knowing smile spread across Beth's face. Did I make a fucking wrong decision? Right, I think it's time we get going. Maybe more conversations about Ulysses. Don't worry about your alarm for tomorrow. I'll sort it with Garrett for us to do the opening. We say goodbye, go out of the pub, and head out in different directions. Alan and I continue to walk about music on the walk, and it's only when our steps bring us to the shop that I realize he lives there. Rather than using the front door, Alan opens a little door on the side which leads to the upper floors. We arrive directly on the upper floor of the shop through a back entrance. Alan goes in front. I try to follow, groping my way through the shadow, guiding myself by the boxes of records. He reaches his desk, switches to the lamp, and he leans forward, produces a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses from a drawer. So when I told you that music was my life, I wasn't joking, as you can see. You live here? Yes, my wife and I separated last year. She kept the flat after the divorce. Me, I moved in here. To start with, it was in the meantime, but it was a temporary measure that is sneakily transforming itself into a permanent solution, if you see what I mean. He points out a door with a private sign behind us. When I did the work for the shop, we kept a separate space with the kitchen and a shower for convenience. It was easy to turn into a flat. We go into the private area. Alan ignores the switch from the main light and turns out a few lamps instead, no doubt trying to create an intimate atmosphere. We're in a big rectangular area with a kitchenette and a door leading to the bathroom on one side. On the other side, a big mattress lays on the ancient parquet, and a long front table surrounded by a mismatched chair sits in the middle. I move closer to him, takes his glass and places it on the table. I try to embrace him, but our difference in height makes it a complicated exercise. He leans towards me and kisses me with a delightful awkwardness, unsure what to do with his long limbs. Fuck, I fucked up. He backs off and caresses my cheek softly with his thumb, his hand cupping my chin. I feel a wavering hesitation. For an instant, my gaze is lost in his eyes. And he says in a murmur dragged from sleep in his chest, "You know, I'm not sure I'm ready to start anything with anyone." I answer him with all tenderness I can summon up. "Don't worry, I'm just passing through." I hold on to his back as he swings me around and drops me gently on the bed. Then I let myself be swallowed by pleasure and the night. Also, it's a one-night stand, okay. The light coming through the window wakes me up, the pallid light of London morning in fall. Alan is still fast asleep. I decide not to wake him. I decide to get the fuck out of here. I take a concentrated effort of will to extract myself from the snug comfort of the quilt. The old espresso machine on the countertop in the kitchen area looks like it requires a degree in civil aviation to get something drinkable. So I fall back on my other source of morning relief, a good hot shower. I get some clean clothes from my bag and I leave. Something tells me that there's a chance that Ava had her henchmen are watching the station, so I try to choose an outfit as different as possible from the other one I wore when I arrived in London to reduce the risk of being recognized. In the same vein, I decided to put my hair, something I rarely do. I shut myself in the bathroom. It's clean but stark. When I come out, Alan is sitting on the big table, cigarette and a coffee, both smoking. I helped myself to your shower. I'm glad you did. I'm afraid I don't have much to eat, but would you like a coffee? Absolutely, I didn't dare touch your machine. It looks tricky to handle. Alan puts a cigarette on the ashtray, heads to the kitchen and embarks on what looks like a chain of meticulous actions. It's one of those things that I wanted to keep after the divorce. In any case, my ex was incapable of using it without spraying coffee all over the kitchen. It does make an excellent cup of coffee, but it has to be. He puts the espresso in front of me. Do you want a cigarette to complete your breakfast of champions? Yes, I would love that. Hard to resist the call of nicotine. Thanks. I hope when I listen to the record again, I'll be back in a rally where I managed to quit smoking. What are your plans for today? I think of Didier's number in my pocket. If I want to get anything out of Eddie Black, I need to do something about it before I leave London. I might have one last lead worth exploring. Plan is to jump onto the first train to Scotland. I mustn't forget to check out my hotel. Leaving London already? What, you thought I was staying here for you? I think for a moment it seemed like a no-brainer, but it's probably worth pondering all the same. Let's just say that I don't see what other information I could glean just staying here. I got a name, Arthur Pullman, and a place, Glasgow. You already knew Ulysses and put him up for a few days, but even you don't know any more than that. All I can do is cross my fingers and hope that the trail doesn't dry up. And if Arthur Pullman doesn't know more than the record, knows more about the record, well, maybe he'll be able to finally give me some answers. Alan takes a drag of his cigarette, thinking. This may seem a bit sudden, but what would you say if I offered to come with you? No, thank you. His suggestion takes me completely unaware. I'm about to open my mouth to answer, but Alan continues. I don't know. I've got a feeling about you, Alice. I like to see where it takes us. If I leave you now, I've got a feeling that I might be missing out on something amazing. How did my love life become so complicated in so little time? I have a fleeting thought of John Baptiste. No, John Baptiste wasn't red-haired. He was dark-haired with a mustache and a goatee. Or that type of what's the point of all this in the beginning? To get back to the life I had with him? And there's Ulysses, who was very much on my mind. I hadn't thought that by reopening the old wound in my heart, I'll be opening up Pandora's box. And now I have to deal with Alan? I know this interlude will probably cease to exist when I listen to the record again, but it's right for me to get involved in anything more than just sex. What do you say? I'm sorry, Alan, but I'm not ready to get into a relationship. I gotta find out what the fuck this is, because I don't want to get entangled. I got so much that I need to sort out before I can think about start anything. And you got a life here, your record store. I can't let you drop everything for an affair that'll probably lead nowhere. Oh, that's not a problem. I can trust the shop to Beth and Garrett for a few days. And don't worry, I'm not asking for your undying commitment. Just offering you to come to Glasgow with you for a few days. It's true that the offer is tempting. It is really risking everything. I mean, anything to string out a little affair. See where it goes. And I've still got Ava and her henchmen on my tail. Having added with me in Glasgow, it would be comforting. Well, what makes you think he's not a fucking plant? Or trying to take my fucking record to go back to his wife? This motherfucker could be using me. He could be using me, what do you call that, if I talk about like the record and stuff like that. People have a way of being very, what is it, cute and very desperate to let you drop your guard. Then again, I don't want, I mean, do I want to get involved with a relationship that will probably be erased by the record? That's a spiral. No, really, I can't accept. I'm sorry. Okay, fine, I understand. I have kicked myself if I hadn't given it a try. If you come back to London, call me, okay? Okay, with pleasure. Well, it's time to get to work. After yesterday's performance, the least I can do is help Beth and Garrett open up the shop. Are you ready to go? Yes. Grabbing my things, I suddenly think of Didier's number and Eddie Black. Or do I have a last favor to ask? Can I use your phone? Yes, of course. Points at the door. It's on my desk. I leave Alan's bedside and go over to his desk where he is indeed an old-fashioned telephone. It's time for me to make a decision about Eddie Black. I could play safe and not call him. If I consider him as case closed, it's unlikely that Eddie will manage to track me down to Glasgow. And again, maybe I'm missing out on some useful information which he might want to share in exchange for a listen of the record. But am I ready to run the risk of him stealing the record? Or worse, maybe he also been watched by Ava and her organization to do. The butterfly effect. He's gonna keep following me. I bet you I'm gonna get the skull. This side is worth running the risk. Pick up the handset and dial in the number that Deirdre gave me. Tells me that John Luke had jumped on the first train, that he arrived in London last night. That, yes, he was right next to him and that he can put him on the line. Eddie thanks me 5 times before we managed to agree to a meeting. I would have liked to have suggested a pub near the hotel, but neither he or I knew the area well enough to end up giving him the address of the hotel and asking to meet me in half an hour. Hang up and go downstairs. When I reach the hotel reception, Eddie's already here waiting for me, throwing feverish glances at the entrance and the stairs. Face lifts up with relief when he sees me. Yes, thank you for agreeing to meet with me, miss. Despite myself, I let out a sigh. Right now that you're here, I'm listening. Tell me, what is it you want from me? Recognizing my good intentions, Eddie relaxes a bit. All I ask is that you let me tell you my story. After that, if you still don't want to let me listen to the record, I promise I'll leave you in peace. There's a little seating area in the hotel lobby. I gesture him to take a seat. We sit down together. I'm listening. Eddie is silent for a while. I guess that he's prepared and rehearsed what he wanted to say so much now that he has Time has come, you can't find the words. I'm sorry, I've been chasing after the record for years, and now when I'm so close, he glances at me, his face profoundly weary yet gentle. I can't imagine how I would have thought this guy was a threat. You know, as we get older, we tend to collect regrets, misuse opportunities. I'm a musician, singer, and guitarist. I had some success in the 70s, especially in France. My career was taking off. I had a first hit playing on the radio. A big heart in black leather jacket. Does that sound familiar? I shake my head. I never heard of it. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. I missed my chance and I blame myself so much. Barkley had signed me for 345s with an Optima on an album, and I had the chance of my life. Johnny Halliday was looking for a supporting act for his Winter '78 tour. What happened? Eddie let out a sigh. An affair of the heart was what else? Her name was Monique, and she was the most beautiful girl in high school. Everyone had a crush on her, but it was me who got her. We moved in together at 18 years old. She finished her hairdressing course and got hired in a little salon in the 11th arrondissement near the Bastille. Me, I quit my studies to devote myself to my music. It caused me some tension between us. I was a night owl. I played in the clubs 4 or 5 nights a week, and she came home work exhausted. By the end, every time we were together, we would end up screaming at each other. When I got to the contract for the tour, I was so stoked. Johnny's opening act. It was a childhood dream that was coming true for her. Well, she didn't see things that way. 3 months alone without me, it was too much for her. She told me, I'm warning you, if you do that tour, I'll leave you. We were 23 years old. We were still children. I caved. I loved her. What happened after that? I thought I had other opportunities. That wasn't so bad. I had a recording contract with Big French label. After all, it was cool, right? Big mistake. Luckily released my 345s and they didn't renew my contract. Ironically, the last single I bought out had a side A, Monique, and a side B, My Eyes Cry for You. In the end, I found myself as a guitarist in a band that played weddings and neighborhood parties. I did that for 15 years, and then I was too old, too has-been even for that. Anyway, people didn't want their weddings anymore. They wanted disc jockeys. And Monique, we got married in '79 and divorced in '82. Damn. When I heard about the record, I said to myself, here's a chance. If I can go back to the past and decide to do that tour, perhaps I'll still be with Monique today. Eddie leans back in his chair. Anyway, that's my story. All I ask is that you let me listen to the record. If everything works out the way I hope, I promise you won't hear from me ever again. I bet you this fucker dies in a plane crash. Eddie stops talking and waits anxiously for my response. Anguish, his most palpable, hangs on my lips. After his plea so touching and sincere, do I have to refuse what he's asking? Something bothering me though. I got a feeling he's gonna lose Monique. Let's say I accept. How do you plan to listen to the record? Eddie's face lifts with a big smile. Oh, I've got my Topaz. Bends over, grabs and proudly brandishes a little tartan case which he puts down next to the couch. I assume it contains a little portable record player. Have you checked out of your room? I just need 5 minutes alone. Wait, I haven't said yes yet. If you don't mind, I got a question. Eddie gives an anxious nod. You say you've been searching for the record for years. What do you know about it? Oh, I think you know at least as much as I do. The first time I heard it, end of the 90s, pretty much by chance. Then there aren't many people who know about that recording. seems a little bit crazy to me, of course, a record that lets you change the past. Still, I dug a little. I didn't have anything better to do after all. For a long time, I found nothing, but I started to notice that I was seeing the same faces everywhere, and there was a rumor that the record was here or there. What do you mean, the same faces? Most of them are pretty okay. Music fans, collectors, or dudes a bit off their heads. I dropped some acid and met God types. And then there are the others. The others. I'm surprised you haven't bumped into them yet. A kind of secret society looking for the record. They're called something like Iron Sky Rose. Are you sure you haven't heard about them? Iron Sky Rose. Seeing my skepticism, Eddie adds. Something like that. I've never seen it written down. There's a young woman in charge. Well, a young woman, in fact, I don't really know how old she is. Ava? That's her, Ava. Them, they really freak me out. Well, you know what I'm talking about because you already met them. And I bet you haven't heard the last of them. Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be careful. You still should watch out for yourself. Those guys, they're not very friendly. Especially that woman, Ava. From what I've heard, it's her dad that started their sect or their organization or whatever it is. Do you know why they want the record? Eddie shrugs. I guess they want the same thing that I want. Change the past? That's it, at least I'm guessing. Honestly, I don't really know. Like I told you, I'm sure you know more than I do. One last thing. How do you know that Ulysses has sent the record to me? Well, like you, I did a bit of digging. When he arrived in St. Wen and started asking questions, it got around. I went to see him myself several times to try and talk to him to let me listen to it. Then one day he left Paris. I asked Patty, a girl who had a stall near his in the market who's funny with, but he gone, but she never wanted to tell me. Yes, I met her. Anyway, I followed the trail in the other direction. I learned that he came from Bordeaux, and I realized he sent it to you. Was it you who turned my apartment? Oh, no way, I never do that. I'm a decent man, I am. And you know, if I manage to find you on my own, don't you think that organized gang, like the Iron Sky Rose might manage too? I have to agree, that's probably exactly what happened. Well, that's it if you don't have any more questions. Eddie looks at me doubtfully, like his right foot tapping on the ground, in fact, regular beat. After all his good faith, the refusal to let him listen to the record would be difficult to justify. Then again, Ulysses himself refused him several times. Perhaps he had a good reason. I have to make a decision and stick to it. Oh, this is your decision, sir. Alright. After everything you told me, I don't see any reason not to let you listen to the record. Really? Yes, really. Eddie grabs his tepas, stands up, and waits restlessly for me to do likewise. Follow me. I open the door for him and signal for him to go in. Will you wait out here? I think it's best if I do this alone. It's cool with you. I hesitate for a moment, then I say for myself that there's no real risk of escape with the record for the second floor. We're only one door for him and out of the room. Alright. I'll give you 5 minutes. Eddie pauses if he wants to hug me, but hasn't changed his mind. He simply says, "You're a saint, miss. I'll pay you back." I don't know how, but I promise you I will. And he goes to the room and the door shuts behind him. I lean against the wall across the hallway, not taking my eyes off the door. After a few moments, a strange sensation overwhelms me, as though I had a weight on my chest. Suddenly, the walls of the corridor seem to dislocate, and the air lights up with iridescent particles. He disappeared? When I open the door to the room, Eddie Heffron lies on the floor, still plugged into the tape-pass player. The clacking of the stone arm stuck in the central groove is the only sign of life in the silence of an empty hotel room. He disappeared. He actually changed his life. Chapter 4. Glasgow. Only once the train is a good distance out of London, so I finally begin to relax. As I feared, Ava had been watching the comings and goings at the station. I saw her as I was going to the platform, but I was inconspicuous enough to pass next to her without being recognized. I'm almost certain that I managed to get on the train without her seeing me, but I'm sure she wasn't alone. If one of her collaborators spotted me, then she knows my destination. To be on the safe side, I think that it's best to assume that it's only a matter of time before she follows me to Glasgow. I tried to organize my thoughts. My present situation is pretty awkward. The trail that Ulysses had left isn't easy to follow, and it seems petering out as I press on. And again, it was being pursued by Ava's organization too. I can understand the would have tried to keep as low a profile as possible. I hope that this Arthur Pullman will finally be able to tell me more about the record if I do actually manage to find them. For the time being, all I've been able to scrape together are rumors and various contradictory stories. Feels like I have more and more questions and no answers. I clutch my handbag with the record inside against myself and close my eyes, hoping to sleep a little. After visiting two capitals, finding myself in a more modestly sized city like Glasgow is like a breath of fresh air. The central station is the town center, which I cross on foot, frequently stopping to ask passers-by for directions. A bit of wandering through Glasgow pedestrian streets, my steps bring me to an old building. I enter the ground floor to find a small room of mismatched furniture. The log fire blazing in the fireplace gives off a pleasant warmth. A long clutter stretches the width of the room at the end. The Mediterranean-looking man seems to be absorbed and is carefully preparing a basket of French vegetables. Probably the famous Yorgos. The rest of the place is almost deserted considering the time. It must be the period of quiet between the lunch and evening services. As I approach him, the man looks up and welcomes me with a wide smile before grabbing something in broken English with a curious mix of Greek and Scottish accents. Taken by surprise, I try an ahem bonjour. Fergus replies in French with a strong Greek accent. Oh, bonjour, and then you are French? Yes. Tell me, what can I do for you? Alan O'Reilly suggested I come see you. Alan, that's funny. One of his friends came by the restaurant not so long ago. Well, that's exactly why I'm here. Oh, you know Ulysses? Yes, he's a friend. I'm looking for him. I remember him well. He was just passing through. Yorgos wipes his hand on his apron and holds the right one out over the counter. Yorgos. I shake it. Alice, nice to meet you. So tell me, Alice, what do you want to know? Do you know what he was doing here? As I said, he was passing through. He asked me where he could lodge cheap. Did he by any chance mention an Arthur Pullman? The steady clacking of the knife on the chopping board stops for a moment as Yorgos tries to recall the details. Yes, a radio presenter, is that right? That's it. Did he tell you where he thought he'd find them? No, I'm sorry. Do you think he might possibly work for a local radio station? No, you must... Oh, you know we mostly get the national radio stations here. Aren't there any independent radio stations in Glasgow? No, not as far as I know, but I'm no expert. There's a student radio subsidy. The broadcast from the campus, but only at certain times. And they do a great mix in the evenings. We play it often here in the restaurant. No commercials, just a reminder of the name of the station from time to time. If you go there, maybe they can tell you more. All I can tell you is that your Ulysses said nothing to me about that. What exactly did he say? That he was passing through Glasgow like I told you? That he's looking for somewhere cheap to stay? When I asked him what he was doing in Scotland, he tells me I'm researching a rare record. And when I questioned him, he clammed up. He just talked about meeting an old radio presenter from the BBC, I think. Arthur Pullman? Right. Here, try this. Without warning, Yorgo puts a plate in front of me. It contains a beautifully served mix of vegetables. Seeing the question in my face, he adds, I'm not going to let a friend of Alan leave without trying my cooking. Thanks. I try a mouthful and I must admit it's delicious. I share my enthusiasm with him. Really, it's not up on the menu yet. I've been trying for weeks to find the good counterbalance on the bitterness of the horseradish. Yorgo leaves me to enjoy my food, which gives me a little bit of time for reflection. On the one hand, I've got the start of a lead with the student radio station. On the other, Yorgos has stressed that Ulysses was just passing through Glasgow. He confirmed the name of Father Pullman, but it's not any further forward on where the man lives. I can imagine a former BBC presenter broadcasting on a student radio station. Unfortunately, I can't really think what else to do except cling to the hope that someone there will know where to find this Arthur Pullman. Unless, if I can't find the solution in the present, perhaps revisiting the past. I instinctively slip in a hand in my back to reassure myself the record is still there. The trouble is that I still don't know how to use it. Then again, I am already in an alternate reality. My normal life, the future that I believed was all mapped out, all of it has been erased. But I do truly want to go back to that life. I chat with Yorgos as I finally finish my plate. He tells me that he met Alan in Paris and he was a student. He had been a waiter in the restaurant where Yorgos worked. Yorgos made me a coffee and it's time to say goodbye. Apparently it's completely out of the question I pay attention. I pay anything. I thank him warmly for his hospitality and I try to decide between asking for directions for the university or asking where I could find the record player to listen to the record. I asked Yorgos for directions to the premise of the campus radio. Then I step out of the pleasant warmth of the fireplace to brave the chilly Scottish drizzle. The route that Yorgos suggested goes through Kelvin Grove Park, which I cross beneath the Scottish drizzle. It takes me half an hour of walking to reach the University of Glasgow along Gothic-style building. After asking for the way of the reception and having wandered for a few while on the campus according to the various contradictory directions of students who have crossed my path, I finally arrive at the little prefabricated building with supposedly houses Subsidy Radio. The roof, which is laden with antennas, seems to confirm that I am in the right place. I go in, then climb 2 floors before finding myself in the antechamber separating the corridor from the studio. The illuminated on-air sign is switched off, so I knock on the door. And there's no answer. I tried the door handle with turns. The studio is empty except for a student who can't be more than 20 years old. He's wearing a threadbare Pink Floyd Division Bells Epoch t-shirt and a pair of bulky headphones hang around his neck. Stops taking notes, sat at the large table which must be used for broadcast, and greets me. Well, hello, I'm DJ Saturn. I'm preparing my mix for this evening. We shake hands and I sit down opposite him. Alice. What can I do for you, Alice? Are you a student here? Are you interested in joining the Subsidy Radio team? University year just started and we still got positions. That slightly French accent, I could see you presenting a show. Well, in fact, I'm looking for a former radio presenter as Arthur Pullman. Have you heard of him? Have I heard of Arthur Pullman? Are you kidding? The guy's a legend. He had a late night show on the BBC in the early 90s. He had some killer lineups. Thanks to him, loads of forgotten 60s bands got rediscovered. Can't get bootleg cassette tapes of his show. Then there were the live recordings. No one ever knew where he got them from. But he had an amazing collection of really excellent quality pirate recordings. He played them in his mixes sometimes, especially the pro metal Led Zepp, Uriah Heep, Black Sabbath. I think my friend Ulysses wanted to meet him. Do you know if he lived in Glasgow? The young man shrugs. Honestly, no, I don't think so. If he lived in the same city as me, I think I know. In any case, what's for sure what's for sure is that he's not broadcasting anymore. He must be pretty old if he's not dead. He's probably retired. I stand up trying to conceal my dismay. It's the end of the trail. I've got no idea where to find this Arthur Pullman. I got no idea where Ulysses has gotten next. My last hope is to dig in the past, trusting that I learn where to find this Arthur Pullman, while trying if I can not to return to reality that's too different. I turn to DJ Saturn, who has also stood up. Are you alright, Alice? Yes, I'm fine. Tell me, do you know where I could listen to a vinyl record? We're all digital here at the station. I got a record player at my digs, though. If you're up for it, I got a few tapes of Pullman's show. You can listen to one if you want, but if you know, let me buy your drink so we can get better acquainted. I could give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's pretty clear that DJ Saturn is hitting on me. That's kind of you, but I'm just passing through Glasgow. Okay. Otherwise, there are a couple of second-hand record shops in the town center. You should be able to listen there. Just on the address on his notebook, tears it off and holds it out to me. Thanks. I leave the studio and the building and begin walking back to the town center, hoping to reach the record store before it closes. About an hour later, I enter the room in a little hotel near the station I've booked for the night. I was able to buy a little travel record player in the record store that the student had suggested. I sit at the end of the bed, put the headphones over my ears and switch the player to 45 revolutions per minute. My hand trembles with the apprehension as I place the needle in the groove. What point in my past will the record send me to? Will I find my answers to the questions? And most about what will my new reality be when I return to the present? Music swallows me whole before I have the chance to change my mind. A percussion intro. I tried to focus on Ulysses. He now listens to his voice. His laugh, the smell. The walls of the hotel begin to resonate, to distort the stretch. The air blazes with iridescent particles shimmering, and the world implodes and I am somewhere else.
Time collapses, fragments the past. None and spirits, years in between. Chaotic night.
If it was only this easy.
Memories as prints of sound in the everlasting now. The time we met, you saw me first. We talked, we listened, your life and mine. How did I forget about all that? It splits, time folds. I go further back. I'm a child.
Ooh, did I fuck up?
Sitting at the piano, finger paints over and over. The rhythm knocks me back. Time falls on itself again. I focus on the autumn heart, the nucleus of what we were.
Did I go two back?
Burning right through the window, evening sun, Sunday afternoon. You there on the couch, me at the piano. I look at
Imagine if you can actually do a butterfly effect.
when you smile back.
There's one point in time I would love to go back to.
Into
With my daughter already born,
the mist that is now.
one small point in time I was back in New York. Ulysses closes his book and looks at me concerned. You okay? Stop playing all of a sudden. I got the feeling you were somewhere else. Yes, I'm fine. I hold myself together. I know that my time here in this moment is precious. I don't want to allow myself to overcome by emotion. Are you sure you think you've seen a ghost? Ulysses stands up. Going to get a glass of water. I'll be right back. Don't move, I'll get it for you. While Ulysses goes to the kitchen, I have time to look into the mirror above the mantelpiece. I still have long hair. I cut it a month or two before we split up. Tells me that we're probably somewhere in the summer before our breakup. We're still happy back then. In September, at the start of a new school year, he began to be more distant. Was he already thinking of leaving back then? Ulysses gives me the glass of water, I think. He sits down on the coffee table facing me and puts his hand on my thigh. Better? I nod. Thanks. Put the glass down on the piano. My time is short. I have to get to the point. This will probably sound strange, but you know where I could find Arthur Pullman? Arthur Pullman? Radio presenter who played old records in the 90s? Yes. It's funny, there was an actual short article about it in Les Inrocks last week. He snatches up the magazine on the coffee table, rifles quickly through it, and holds it out to me at the right page. The heading says, Jimmy Page's Loch Ness house is sold. Apparently he bought Moleskine house. Moleskine. It's a house in Scotland that Page, the Led Zeppelin guitarist, bought in the 70s. It appears in some parts of their film concert. The song remains the same. It goes to say I'm not totally surprised. Pullman's always been a Led Zeppelin fan. He played a lot of their live footage on his shows. Put the magazine down next to me on the piano stool. I hope I remember all that information when I get back to the present. I didn't know you were so much, you knew so much about this. It's because of Mark. He's a big fan of the guy. He got cassette copies of almost all the shows. If you ask me, some of his mix choices are fantastic. Frankly, playing Ultimate Spinach straight after the Garden of Earthly Delights from the United States of America is almost tasteless. As for his almost fanatical infatuation with Chelsea Girl. Anyway, all serious musicologists agreed that Desert Shore is undeniably Nico's best album. Ulysses, why not mention the Marble Index while we're at it, insisting on being original no matter what? Well, he was obsessive with music. I mean, someone like Joy Boyd at the helm, that makes all the difference, doesn't it? He's the one we can thank for 5 Leaves Left. For God's sake, Nick Drake's best record. Some people say that Pink Moon is better, but Ulysses is off. I know from experience that he could go on like this for hours. I'm afraid I don't have hours. I grab his arm and look into his eye. Ulysses? He stops in the middle of his sentence. Understanding lights up his face. It's the record, isn't it? Yes. If we're talking about the same thing, yes, I listen to the record. And you come from a future where you need to find Arthur Pullman, right? I look away. I'm scared of telling him too much that it may have unpredictable impact on my reality. At least he seems surprisingly relieved. He takes his arm and we hold each other for a while. And he emerges from an embrace and adds cheerfully, that means that it didn't work. What didn't work? The walls of the apartment around us begin to dislocate. I don't need to explain it to him. I see in his face that he understands what's happening. Alice, please try to remember what we don't need to break up. Alice, please try to remember that we don't need to break up anymore. Dad, don't have to leave you. That it didn't work. We don't need to. What do you mean, Ulysses? It's too late. Once again, I'm carried away by the flow of time to the rhythm of the song.
Time collapses, fragments of the past, moments bleed, years in between, chaotic mess, memories, grains of sound, in the everlasting love. Everything changes. I shed the remnants of my whole skin until the fall of time stabilizes into this new present.
I'm seated in a leather armchair. A jazz record plays softly with the characteristic crackling of a vinyl. I don't immediately notice the older man is watching me surprised from an armchair which matches the one I sit in. What I do, however, notice is that I'm certainly not in the room in the little hotel near the station in Glasgow. I look down. I'm wearing a gingham print sheath dress which comes to my knees, my feet crimson pumps. My nails are long and perfectly painted with a shiny polish that matches my shoes. Not feeling my hair long against my neck, I grab a strand and pull it in front of my eyes, discovering that it's now short, curled, and held in place by a large quantity of lacquer. The man facing me clears his throat to get my attention. Excuse me, Mr. Pullman, Arthur Pullman, nice to meet you. He speaks with a calm, almost melodious voice with that profoundly British, slightly drawling tone that one usually associates with the aristocracy. Alice, I've been looking for you for some time, Mr. Pullman. Please call me Arthur or Art if you prefer. He leans forwards and holds out his hand. I shake it. Arthur, this may sound odd, but I don't know exactly how I got here. Well, I don't know more than you about where exactly you come from, but I can tell you that you were materialized in my office. I suppose that you were listening to the record, have you? Believe it or not, but after all these years, that's the first time I personally witnessed a realignment, and I'd like to thank you for the experience. Someone knocks on the door. Come in. An elegant-looking middle-aged man pushes open the door and places a tray with steaming teapot and 2 mugs on a side table. He doesn't seem surprised to find me here. I thought you might like a cup of tea. He walks over to Arthur and plants a kiss on his lips. Right, I'll let you talk. Thank you, David. David leaves the room. As you see from my partner, your presence here is perfectly normal. Arthur pauses for a moment, thinking. Now, I suppose that after all the efforts you you must have gone through to find me, you no doubt have a lot of questions. Fire away. You said that that's the first time you witnessed a realignment. What does that mean? How can I explain this simply? Let's say it's one of the possible effects of the Khoros. The Khoros? Yes, the choir of the gods, if you prefer. I know, Koro. Yeah, Koro is chorus. That's what we call the vibration of the record during the joining time. What do you call it then? I shrug. I don't know, I just say the record. Arthur smiles. Yes, that probably makes more sense. Each time the sound someone listens to the record, reality changes to adapt to the modifications that person has made to their past. Our memories, our recollections, the sum of what we are is where remains intact. And there is a principle of economy in which, if you wish, which makes the changes as limited as possible. It's extremely difficult, indeed very probably impossible, to instill a global change. Generally speaking, someone listening does not affect others, but it does sometimes happen that one is the eyewitness of a change in reality. Objects are people who appear to disappear before your eyes, or more rarely the geographical movement of the witness themselves. I call that a realignment. That's exactly what just happened. You went back to your past to find out where I lived, didn't you? I nod. And the record sent you to the moment in your past where you could obtain that information. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Which is why you're here. You know your intent in the principal factor which determines the moment of your life, which the record will make you relive. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Before I have time to recall where I've heard that citation, he continues. That's the reason I saw you appear in my office a few moments ago. How do you explain that you were aware of my sudden appearance when your partner reacted as though nothing odd had happened? I don't have an explanation. Or at least I'm not prepared to suggest something I'm not completely sure about. Nobody truly knows how it all works. If this dude, because he probably read the record and that's why he has those old cassette players and supposedly bootleg or copied versions. Everybody that I met probably came in contact with the record at some point. Generally speaking, the person who heard the chorus and the only person who's aware that the reality has changed. I think back to Marie and Robin. That explained why they had no memory of John Baptiste. Oh, okay. Perhaps I've simply had the good luck to be in the same room as you the moment of realignment. As for David, he simply wasn't present for that quite singular occasion. For him, you probably arrived at Bullock Skin earlier, entering by the front door, then we shut ourselves away in my office to talk. You seem to know how the record works. Can you tell me more? No is a big word, but yes, if you consider that I'm one of the handful of people in the world to have heard the choro, I suppose that gives me some authority on the question. What do you want to know? Is it possible to undo the effects of the record? No, that's impossible, I'm sorry. Once you heard the choro, you can't go back. Even if by some miracle you managed to come back to a reality very close to your original reality, you wouldn't be the same. You remember what you lived listening to the record and living inside other versions of yourself. Unless Pullman leans back in his chair and seems lost in thought for a while. Theoretically, if someone else went back to the past and stopped you from listening to the record, he breaks off. No, that wouldn't work though. You will no longer be conscious of the existence of the choros, but as you heard it in your original reality, you would inevitably be different from what you would be if your past had not been modified. Asaya escapes me. So even with the record available to me, I could never completely return to my original reality. No, I'm sorry. You said even with the record available, you do realize that you don't have the record available to you anymore, don't you? I suddenly realized that I haven't checked if I still have the record with me. I grabbed my bag, which rests by my feet, and frantically rifled through it with trying not to panic. Clearly the record is not there. Alice, I understand your reaction, but do try to stay calm. Where were you just before you materialized here? In a hotel room in Glasgow. The record stay there then? Pullman nods. Yes, I'm afraid so. Fuck! Can I use your telephone? I tell myself that the chances of me finding are slim, but I have to try. Arthur points to the office door. In the entrance hall. Turn right when you go to the office, then left at the end of the corridor. I'll wait here. Thanks. I have no trouble finding the entrance hall. The telephone's a small desk across the front door. I'm about to pick it up, then I notice my reflection in the large mirror which hangs on the wall above the desk. It takes me several moments to realize that the image I reflected is my own. Have I become Ava? As I have suspected, I now variations of myself. Have I become Ava and all these guys I've been meeting have been a part of John Baptiste? I don't know. My curls are skillfully arranged in a style that wouldn't look out of place in a golden age of Hollywood cinema. I'm wearing far more makeup than usual. My lips are dark red. And this gingham dress makes me look very classy, a bit retro, maybe a little haughty. This new Alice doesn't please me. He's a bit too old-fashioned. I feel, if anything, I am a purely modern woman, fully belonging to my own time. Unfortunately, I have to live with this appearance for the time being, at least. If I do manage to get the record back, my state of mind is different next time I listen to it. Maybe it would put me in a reality which suits me better. I tear myself away from the reflection and pick up the telephone, realizing that I didn't know the number of the hotel. Oh my god. I rummage in my bag and I relieved to pull out a crumpled bill for my night in the Station Glasgow Hotel. Number of the hotel switchboard is written below the address. I explain my situation to the receptionist. Tells me that no, I've forgotten nothing in my room which I've checked out the day before last. I insist. Tells me that actually a woman had come to the hotel in the afternoon that she asked me to get back a vinyl record that had been forgotten in the room number 23. The room hadn't been left for at least 2 weeks, but at the woman urging, she finally agreed to check. He had been astonished when in fact there had been a vinyl record or a little travel record playing in room 23. He confirms that yes, of course, she's let the woman take the record, that she's sorry, but that I have been in my room 17, that she could have guessed that the record belonged to me. And actually, that subject, she'd like to know how I managed to get into room 23. I tell her that it's not important, however, if she could tell me the name of the person who claimed the record, that would be great. Tells me that she hadn't thought to ask her name, but it was a woman middle-aged with white hair and wearing a dark pantsuit. I thank her, hang up, and hiss, Ava's been between my teeth before the handset is even resting back and its support. Then I return to the office. Pullman has changed the music in my absence. He's smoking a cigarette by the window while he waits for me. Oh, excuse me. He subs it out in the ashtray left on the exterior windowsill. David forbids me from smoking inside. We've compromised on this. I love to quit, but I'm afraid I'm rather late for his old dog to start learning new tricks. He sits back down behind his desk. So? I'm afraid someone already got the record. Let me guess, a woman in her 40s answers to the name Ava Lawrence, am I right? Do you know her? Arthur lets out a sigh. Oh yes, I know her since she was a child, but I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. How have you known her for so long? I was a member of the commune where she was born in Germany. I was, let us say, quite close to her father, Ernst Lawrence. Woman breaks out and stares out of the window, his gaze far away for a minute. Anyway, I had preferred that she hadn't got her hands on the record. To be perfectly honest, I suspect that I hear from her again sooner or later. Someone knocks on the door. Yes? Our dinner will be ready soon. I assume that you'll be staying at the manor tonight, Alice? I've made a guest room for you. You did quite right, David. Alice and I still have a lot to discuss. We'll pick this up after dinner. Thank you very much for your hospitality. You're very welcome. We love having people to stay at the manor. It's a big house. It's made for entertaining. I follow my host into the dining room. David has cooked a simple but delicious meal. He serves me a glass of red wine while he scrutinizes me with piercing, curious gaze. Tell me, Alice, what do you do? I imagine it's something to do with music, considering how much time you spent with the art. I smile and take a sip of wine, winding myself some thinking time. I admit to myself that I have no idea. One thing for sure, I'm certainly not a banker, not in this reality. On the other hand, I could answer vaguely that I work in music, which isn't exactly a proven fact, but does seem in line with this new reality. On the other, I could answer honestly and tell him that I work in a bank in spite of all the clues to suggest that now extremely improbable. Yes, I do actually work in the music industry. I need some information about the rare record that only Arthur could give. David smiles. That doesn't surprise me. Art's a real fount of knowledge. Now that he's retired, I keep pushing him to write something on the subject. What do you think, Alice? Arthur cuts off. Davy, surely you're not going to interrogate our guest, are you? No, sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. I tried to point out the discussion in less prickly direction. How did you get to know Arthur? My dad was Latino, my mom American. I grew up in Queens. I met Art in a club in the East Village. He was a local correspondent for the BBC. It took him a few years to persuade me to move to London with him. I was happy to say I don't regret it a bit. Arthur, who'd risen to clear away our plates, stroked his partner's shoulder with affection. Cheese or straight dessert? David gives me a winning smile. Whichever you prefer, Alice, but if we put the cheese on the table, it gives me an excuse to eat it. I never say no to cheese board, thanks. Arthur disappears into the kitchen with our plates. Art never talks about his youth. I really think that's a shame. He had the chance to see the biggest bands of the 70s. He got some incredible live recordings. Arthur returns with the cheese board and clean plates. Did you make her listen to your recordings of Miles of the Shoffers Music Festival? Art managed to capture the last concert of Miles David Leckie period. Truly is incredible. Alice isn't here for that, David. Don't listen to his don't listen to this party pooper. He doesn't like talking about his youth. It's mostly because that period's pretty fuzzy to me. Yes, the world must have been horribly drab before you met me, Art. I laugh. You're both charming and cultured. I'm having a very pleasant evening. Talk about music, about everything and nothing. Arthur tells me about his radio show on the BBC and his life in London in the 90s. By the time we get to the coffee, it's already quite late. David excuses himself and go to bed, but not without first showing me the way to my room. And Arthur and I go into the living room to continue our conversation. It's a cozy room. There's an old stone fireplace with two leather armchairs and a couch placed in front of it. Arthur puts a log on the hearth, while I take a seat in one of the armchairs. Can I get you a nightcap? Cognac whiskey? I love one. Whiskey's perfect, thanks. Arthur pours out a glass of Talisker. I know we're closer to Speyside here at Boleskine. I don't know. Boleskine? But what can you do? I like the island whiskeys. He leans back at ease in the armchair. Take a deep breath. There's something bothering me. Why have you decided to help me? I mean, we don't know each other. You watch me pop in your office and you're just kind and supportive. Why? In Arthur's turn to take a deep breath. I feel rather responsible for what happened to you. The record, I should have destroyed it when I could have. But I was selfish. Instead, I chose to escape by throwing myself in the best life I could imagine. I told you he used the record. I'll be right back. I hope that you'll finish what I started if you get the chance. Let me start by telling you my story, please. It should help shed light on a few shadowy areas for you. Very well. I'm listening. Pullman takes a gulp of whiskey and puts his glass down the coffee table. The year I turned 22, I joined the hippie commune in Germany in the south of Bavaria, a few miles from Munich. I was young and I dreamed of freedom. I had a terrible middle-class family and I thought that I had a better move. I better get a move on and have a few adventures before my ingrained middle-class sensibilities could take a root. So I took a ferry to the continent and I wandered around France and Italy for a few months before taking a residence in that commune in the Bavarian countryside. It was there that I met Ernst Lorenz. For a while he was my mentor, maybe even my friend. He was an extremely cultured man with incredible charisma. Was over 30, one of the oldest of us, which gave him sort of a natural authority. Commune aimed to be staunchly democratic, but in reality, it was often he who guided the direction and he who decided when a decision needed taking for the governing of the community. Those first years were fantastic. We lived a carefree existence. We cultivated the land. We did a bit of crafting, wicker work, pottery to exchange for all that couldn't produce ourselves. There was a music every night. We took acid frequently. What does this got to do with Ava? Arthur smiles. Have patience, I'm getting to it. Ava was born the year before I arrived. Her mother, a young woman in the commune, died in childbirth. Ernst adopted her as if he were her father, which was certainly a possibility, but was absolutely not a certainty. It was the era of free love. The concept of monogamy was pretty hazy for the members of the community. Whatever the case, he raised her as his daughter. Ava was an odd child. She was clever, precocious. She's often seemed more adult than child. I found out last year that Ernst had made her listen to the records several times during her childhood so that she could be liberated as soon as possible from the yoke of reality. I got no idea that the effects of the chorus could be on such an immature psyche. I mean, could be on an immature, but I imagine that it must have been a determining factor in the construction of her identity. How did the record fit into all this? Oh, it was always there, right from the commune's beginning. It belonged to Ernst originally. He never wanted to reveal where it came from. I think his father had discovered it in some way or another, had engraved an acetate. Ernst was formed as the devil's fucking disc or something like that. It was a very wealthy family. He created the commune after he inherited the land which belongs to his family. I didn't learn that until later either. Things started to change in the second half of the 70s. Little by little, Ernest's position became more radical. It was insidious, but the commune began to change gradually into a quasi-religious splinter group. The enchanted interlude of the hippie era was ending, and not just in our community. There has always been arrivals and departures in the commune. Then there came a time without us noticing the tide changed as departures became more frequent than the arrivals. What happened after that? As I told you, things started to change. I didn't want to face the truth. It broke my heart to watch our ideal life slip away little by little. And to tell the truth, I was terrified at the idea of having to integrate into society. Okay? It was during those years that Ernst revealed that the existence of the record to me for the first time. I think only the closest and most devoted members knew about it, even at the start of the commune. I heard the chorus for the first time in 1981. It was an incredible experience as it was for all the initiates. I relived the times in the first years of the commune, moments of simple happiness and bygone days. For a very long time, I had no idea that the chorus allowed you to change the past. Ernest needed me to manage the day-to-day organization of the commune and has suited me to a T. By 1985, there was only a handful of yearly residents left. There was Ernst and his daughter Ava, 3 other followers, and myself. We moved into the Great Lawrence family mansion. I became the de facto personal secretary of Ernst Lorenz. Excuse my bluntness, but where did the money come from? What is the finance all that? Arthur smiles and takes a mouth of whiskey. Officially from generous donors. Ernest had always kept me away from the dark side of the organization. With hindsight, I think some of the members were assigned to financing. So much easier to make a fortune on the financial markets when one can't go back to the past and take risks that aren't really risks. I mean, it must seem strange to you, but to me, I forgot it was quite a pleasant life. It took some time for me to mourn the losses of those hippie ideas, but once I got into the new routine, well, I don't really regret those years. In that case, what made you leave? A combination of various factors. For some time, the Wundersnatchen, like whatever, I can't say that. Wundersnatchendienst. The Orpheus Intelligence Service has been watching us. Like the sword of Damocles, the menace of their strike on our network hung over us. Ernest has sunk into a kind of permanent paranoia, which was only worsening with time. With hindsight, I am sure it was a warning sign of his illness. The fall of the Soviet Union, we took advantage of the chaos generated by the reunification to emigrate to the other side of the Iron Curtain to Prague. I think it was Ava who whispered the idea in her father's ear. I imagine she realized that with all the upheaval, she had the opportunity to carve herself out of an important and decisive role in the organization, which is exactly what happened. So the organization relocated again and presented itself as quite a cult allegiance club, vaguely Masonic at least from the exterior. The Aeon Kairos Lodge. The name reminds me of something. I think for a few moments before realizing that it must certainly be the Iron Sky Rose Eddie Black spoke of. Aeon Kairos, what does that mean? As you may have guessed, the name wasn't chosen by chance. Concepts are rather complicated to explain. You want the long version or the short version? Short version. A short version will do, thanks. Arthur smiles. That's just as well. I'm not sure I'll be able to clearly explain the whys and wherefores, the secret doctrine of our organization. As I told you, I was always more the operational side of things. Keep it simple, the name is connected with the way the Greeks conceptualized time in ancient Greece. Aeon and Kairos are two of the terms that they use to define different aspects of temporality. That seems fitting. Yes, and I said the choice of name was carefully considered. But all that doesn't tell me how you managed to escape. Sorry, you're right. I'm afraid I got a bit off track here. I'll try to stick to the basic, but I could talk to you all night without getting through everything that happened during those 22 years of my life. Anyway, it was the move to Prague which marked the beginning of the end for me. Ernest was suffering from an early onset and aggressive strain of Alzheimer's disease, undiagnosed of course. While we stayed in Bavaria, the house that he'd always known, I think he managed to counteract his progressive memory loss. In a completely new environment, however, his conditions worsened rapidly. Ava became more and more important, finally superseding her father as the head of the organization. Little by little, she moved to the sidelines. When Ernest died in '91, I really began to question my own commitment to the lodge. Suppose you could call it as a midlife crisis, but the fact is I wanted to change my life. And also, while Ernest and I simply defended our way of life, Ava had other ambitions. She was the most diligent student of the Koros, to which she had access all the time, unlike the other initiates who only had the chance to listen to the record during the special ceremonies which were organized twice a year. Do you know what Ava's plans were originally? She must certainly have a vision where she took charge of the organization, right? Oh, I wasn't completely in their confidence even during Ernest's time, but it became worse when Ava took the reins of the lodge. What I am sure of is that yes, she had plans and ambitions and that the record was necessary for her to realize them. However, I don't believe that even the most initiate knew the full scope of the plan she was fomenting. You're familiar with the saying divide and conquer? That's exactly how Ernest and Ava function. But without Ernest's reason and wisdom to curb her, I was afraid Ava would drive us to lose everything. It had already begun a long time since I felt I belonged in the organization, but Ernest's death, there was nothing more to keep me there. So I used the ceremony of Chorus in the spring of 1900 to change my past. And without knowing it, I managed to break the rules and move the record out of Prague. But you told me that the record could be moved geographically while being listened to. There's a loophole to that rule, let me explain. Having spent most of my adult life in the commune, then in the Lawrence home, the Chorus systematically sent me back, give or take a few years, to the same place. I've had a very little maneuvering room to change anything in the past. This time was no different. What was different, however, was that I was desperate. I realized that I couldn't escape by changing the moment the Chorus had sent me to, so I listened to the record again in the past. This time the record took me to London before my departure for the commune, which gave me the opportunity to decide not to go. And when you came back to the present, you were a radio presenter on the BBC. Exactly. Not only did I find myself sitting on a treasure trove of living records of all the great bands of the 70s, but I also was in a relationship with the charming, funny, cultured man who you met earlier. On the other hand, this time, the changes the Chorus had wrought on my life was radical, and my new life had almost nothing in common with my original reality. But on the other, I was free, and I was never regretted my decision. What happened after? I suppose that Ava must have tried to find you. Oh yes. It was hardly difficult to find Arthur Pullman, radio presenter of the Great British Airwaves. He came to see me in London maybe 1 month after my departure. At that time, I had no idea that the record had disappeared. When she realized that I didn't have it, she left me alone. I understand she had nothing more to gain from messing up your life. Exactly. As well, I've known her since she was born. I tell myself that somewhere deep down, maybe she still has a tiny bit of affection for me. Either way, despite all our failings and shortcomings, the Lodge remains the successor of the hippie ideal. Those are the values that Ava was raised with. I'm fairly certain that she was always chosen the non-violent option if she could. Anyway, there it is. You know what came after. Something I don't understand. What happened to the record? I think it materialized in the place where I listened to it in the past while I heard the chorus. On the location of the commune in Bavaria. That's it. That's his. Ernest had wanted to sell the property when we moved to Prague. The money from the sale allowed them to finance a large residence in the Mala Strana district near Charles Bridge. And whoever bought the Lawrence family house, they found the record. Probably, but it's more complicated than that. That property was transformed into a hotel after the sale. Type of place you rent out for weddings, you know. Nod. A needle in a haystack situation then. Indeed. Besides, I never heard any more about the record except those legends hawked by the record collectors, the owners, and the musicians which I have recited adding to. Well, at least not until you materialized in my office earlier. Thank you. It must have been it mustn't been easy to have gone back over all that after so many years. Arthur gestures that there's no problem with a wave of his hand. Oh, I guess this business would resurface sooner or later. I told you I regret not destroying the record when I had the chance. Perhaps I could have ended all this. He finishes his drink with one swallow and checks his watch. However, I hope you'll excuse me, but it's late. Finish this conversation tomorrow if you don't mind. Wait, you haven't told me how to find the record again. Arthur lets out a sigh. The record is probably in Prague. I'll give you the details tomorrow, don't worry. Come on, I'll walk you to your room. The Boleskine guest room is a big room, decorated in a cozy rustic style with an adjoining bathroom. A travel bag rests on an upholstered seat at the front of the bed. My host certainly knows how to receive their guests. I go quickly through my bag, realizing that it probably doesn't contain the same things as I listened to the record. Unsurprisingly, my new wardrobe is all femininity and sensuality, with a selection of retro dresses, silk blouses to choose from. It would seem that this new version of myself doesn't like to wear pants. I pull out my dressing case and nightgown and I go into the bathroom. I take a quick shower, remove my makeup, and slip between the sheets, hoping that sleep isn't too far away. I enter the kitchen shyly. David is reading the newspaper as Arthur prepares scrambled eggs. The author probably turned to the BBC, delivers the morning news report. It's he who notices my presence at the doorstep. Oh, good morning, Alice. Did you sleep well? Obviously, with all my adventures of the previous day, my night has been a little disturbed. But does Arthur really need to know that fact? I passed an excellent night, thank you. Arthur smiles. I'm delighted to hear. There are quite a few stories about the haunting of Boleskine. Since I lived here, I've always slept very well too. If you want my opinion, believe that the ghosts, if they exist, attach themselves to people, not places. Woman is thoughtful for a moment, then abruptly changes the subject. Do you like English breakfasts? Do take a seat, please. I obey and sit down. David puts down his paper and picks up the coffee pot. Coffee? I hold out the mug in front of me. Yes, please. I've hardly had time to take a mouthful of delicious, rejuvenating nectar when Arthur places a plate of scrambled egg, sausage, and baked beans before me, to which he adds 2 slices of toast straight from the toaster. We eat in silence. David sips his coffee. Arthur seems engrossed by the radio. I finish my plate quickly, pour myself another cup of coffee, and use the quiet to try to assemble my thoughts in better order. The first startling information would seem that Ulysses never reached Boleskine. Even if I didn't have the chance to ask him about it directly, I think that Arthur would have mentioned the visit of another person with questions about the record. That's what happened. I imagine that what happened was that after traveling to Glasgow, Ulysses probably backtracked to Paris, where he decided to send the record to me. I can only think of 2 reasons why he would have decided to give up his journey to Boleskine. Either he judged that his visit was too dangerous, a game called Across the Grooves has something to do with time travel, but with a record. It's like a visual novel. You haven't grabbed them yet? And it's a lot of reading. I suppose that he was also being closely followed by Ava and the members of her lodge, Ion Kairos. Realizing that the noose was tightening, perhaps he preferred to muddle the trails by changing his route and by getting rid of the record as fast as possible. The other option is that for him too, the trail to Arthur stopped in Glasgow. After all, I was only able to discover the address of Pullman's new home by returning to the past. It's possibly that he hadn't remembered the sale of Boleskine had taken place and that the person was seeking was the one who bought the property. So he would have returned to Paris to seek out a new lead, and the Ion Kairos must have caught up with him there, and he sent the record to me rather than let Ava get her hands on it. Which makes me even more mad at the idea that it's my fault that Ava has finally been able to achieve her purpose. As for me, I find myself stuck in this new present, in this new life that I know nothing about. Does Alan still know me in this new reality? Why do you care about Alan? Oh, that's true. How about Beth and Garrett? If one thing for sure is that there's no way this new Alice leads a tidy little life in Bordeaux. It all seems so far away, although only a few days have passed. Arthur's voice drags me from my reflections. I'm going to pick up the post at the letterbox. If you would like to come with me, Alice, it would be company for me, and it would give us a chance to finish our conversation. David's going up to Iverness to do some shopping this morning. He'll drop you off at the station. My hosts are most certainly perfect, not knowing how to express my gratitude and content myself with saying thank you. I pick up my plate and mug. David gestures me to leave them in the sink. Then after running to my room to grab my coat, I join Arthur in the entrance hall. We go out. Outside, the weather is cold and dreary. The green highland landscape is enveloped in an early morning mist which has yet lifted. Arthur hands me a piece of paper. This is the address of the lodge in Prague. Now that Eva has the record, I think I can confirm that she'll take it back there. I like to do more to help you, but it's been 15 years since I severed my ties with the part of my life. You already helped me enormously. I don't know how I can ever thank you for your hospitality. Excuse me, for all the information you're giving me about the record. Oh, there's no need to thank me. As I told you, I do feel rather responsible for what's happened to you. Pullman points to the lane which winds away from the house. The post box is at the end of the lane near the road. You start walking. But do you know what you're going to do? What I'm going to do? Yes, when you leave Boliskan, I don't suppose it will be too difficult to find a flight from London to Prague. It's true that I hadn't really considered the question. On one hand, Arthur is encouraging me quite insistently to try and get the record back. On the other hand, why should I really do it? I don't have much information about this new reality except for few clues I've been able to glean from my belongings. Weren't you trying to find, Ulysses? Wasn't this the whole point of this adventure? Are you forgetting? I could go home to Bordeaux, take some time before making any decisions. How much you want to bet she's mixed with this, like super mixing realities? I could also stop in London, drop in on Alan. What, that was he that good of a lay? Jesus Christ. Even if I didn't know if we would still know each other in this reality. Unless then there's Ulysses. If he never came to Boleskine, where could he be? I think back to our encounter just yesterday, for me 3 years ago from him. What did he mean by we don't need to break up anymore? It would be so much simpler if I could just find them. No matter what, I'm not going to charge straight ahead to Prague. Not before I learn a little bit about Not before I learn a little bit about my new life. Why would I stop in London? Back to Alan? I think I'll start by going back home to Bordeaux. After all these adventures, I need to know who I am in this new reality. I understand. I hope you find the answers to your question. Alan was just, what do you call it, one night stand. Unless he was something important during that loop. During that time change or whatever. But don't lose sight of the fact that, how should I put it, you're still you deep down. I don't believe the choices we make change us in our deepest essence, if you see what I mean. Yes, you're probably right. I don't believe changing the past is the solution to my problems. I prefer to look forward. In any case, thanks again for this address in Prague and for everything else. Arthur just smiles at me this time. We reach the mailbox. He opens it and sees that it's empty, and we head back to the house. David is waiting for us at the door. It would be a good idea if we don't hang around too long. I like to go back for lunch. And anyway, the earlier we get going, the less difficulty you have finding a train, Alice. I nod. I just need a minute to get my things and I remember to go. A few minutes later, I climb into David's old 4x4. Then we leave Boleskine, heading for Inverness, then London, then Bordeaux. Ava. When the night train finally stops at Gare St. John, and I go up the platform to emerge into the gloom of Bordeaux at the turning of the year, I am overwhelmed by an odd sense of relief. Perhaps is what they called homesickness. Even if they were only away from Bordeaux for a few days, I'm getting tired of reading a visual novel. It feels as though an age has passed since I began the adventure which took me to Paris and onward to primeval lands of northern Scotland. Out of habitat, I jump on a tram, then my steps take me to my apartment in the St. Pierre district. It's only when I go through my bag and pull out a bunch of keys which way no resemble my usual house keys that I realize that I probably don't live in the same place in this reality. But that matter, perhaps I don't live in Bordeaux at all. I check the time, it's past noon. My brother doesn't usually pick up at this time of day. When he's not lunching with customers, he tends to leave his telephone on his desk in his office. I tap in Marie's number as I always towards a little bistro where I like to eat. He's both surprised and delighted to hear from me and assures me that I can sleep at their place this evening, no problem at all. I eat a quick salad followed by a double espresso to fight the fatigue from the night journey in the sleeper car before I head towards St. Michael. I consider passing the apartment I shared with Ulysses. Case is still there in this reality before deciding that it would probably be much more productive to go straight to see Mark at the store. When I find myself before the surf, I'm surprised to find not a record store, but a florist. I checked several times that I have the right address, looking at the surrounding, then back in the road to compare the position of the building with my memory. There's no possible doubt in this reality. It would seem that Mark's store simply doesn't exist. I go inside to inquire. The young woman at the cash desk confirms that there was a record store in the old days, but it's been 2 or 3 years since her boss took over the lease. However, she was unable to tell me what became of the previous occupant, nor to give me his new address. With nothing to add, I leave dazed and rather worried. Maybe my brother and my sister-in-law will be able to tell me more. I send a short message to Marie to suggest that we meet in our usual brazier. She answers that it would be easier if I came straight over to their place at the end of the afternoon. I decide to go for a walk around the town while I wait. When I ring the bell at the door, she has just arrived. Hello, Alice. What a nice surprise to get your message. It's been ages since we saw you. I hug Marie and follow her in the living room. I take a peek in the crib without disturbing my little niece, who is fast asleep. Oh, they still had a niece. Still had a baby. I told Robin you're here. He's delighted to call us. He's stopping to pick up a few things on the way home from work, and we'll eat at home if that's okay with you. We both have a big day tomorrow. Yes, of course, it's all fine with me. I'm sorry to have let you so late. Can I get you a drink? With pleasure. Marie makes me a gin and tonic and opens a beer for herself. Then we sit down in the living room. So how's London life? Are you still organizing the concerts? It requires a considerable effort for me to conceal my surprise at all the information that Marie just landed on me about my new life. As expected, I no longer work in banking and would seem that I now live in London. Yes, it's all fine. Same old, Mary laughs. Same old things for you. As far as I can see, your life's so rock and roll that there's nothing old about it. What brings you to Bordeaux? It's a moment to ask about Ulysses, but I need to approach it with finesse. I had no idea how to explain to Marie that my memories of the past 3 years ago have nothing to do with what happened in this reality. Do you remember Ulysses? Marie's face suddenly clouds over. Of course I remember Ulysses, but I am amazed that you want to talk about him. I know you were really hit by his death, but it's a subject you usually want to avoid. All of a sudden, as if the world was collapsing around me. His death. Marie looks at me with concern. I struggle to keep my composure. Ulysses is dead in this reality? It must be because of the record, because of me. Not knowing what to do in the face of my reaction, Marie grips my hand with affection and reminds me of the circumstances of his death whilst carefully avoiding my gaze. Yes, he was knocked down by a car about, 3 years ago? It was after that I must have moved to London. Are you sure you're alright? No, I mean, yes, sorry. It's just that it's all so very fresh, very vivid for me. Mary looks more and more confused. I hope it's not that sect thing again. You scared us pretty badly with that at the time. It took you months to accept the accident was really an accident. Let's talk about something else. I shouldn't have brought it up. Really, I promise you don't need to worry about me. Are you sure? Absolutely. Honestly, I didn't mean to scare you. Marie looked vaguely relieved, but how about you? Tell me about your life in Bordeaux. How's life as a young mother? We chat for a while about this and that. Robin arrives, his arms full of shopping just after Marie has poured us a second drink. He's thrilled to see me. For his point of view, it's been months since we last saw each other. A weekend at their place not long after the daughter was born. I offered to help him in the kitchen, but he insists that I keep Marie company. He shuts himself away in the kitchen while Marie and I continue gossiping. I try not to lose the thread of our conversation, but in the corner of my mind, I'm trying to join the dots about what happened to Ulysses. I think back to what was said last time I listened to the record. I guess that in this reality, Ulysses didn't leave for Paris. And because he stayed in Bordeaux, Ava or the members of the Aeon Caros were able to steal the record from him and cost him his life. Robin tells us dinner is ready. I help Marie to set the table, and we eat the delicious risotto and Robin's prepared with a glass of white wine. I try to enjoy the moment even if my thoughts are dragging me in the future and all its uncertainties. Ulysses is dead in this reality because of me. I realize that I can't accept this information, not while I have the possibility to find him again. I have to go to Prague. Not while I have the possibility to put things right, to erase this reality, this fake world. No matter the cost of that success, I don't have any choice. I've taken my decision. I need the record and I need to find a way to pry it out of Ava's hands. Arthur Pullman gave me the address of the lodge in Prague. The next day, first thing, I take a plane. Direction Prague. It's already late when the bus from the airport drops me in Andel. First flight I was able to find left in the early afternoon with the time for check-in and all the security checks. When you add an hour of travel by public transportation to get to the center, the winter sun has almost set when I start walking down the long avenue along the side of the Petrin Park. Snowflakes begin to spin gently down as I turn into a small street on the right side to enter the heart of Malostran, the lesser town which faces the old town across the river. The Lawrence Machine is a great 19th century edifice with a classical inspired colonnade facade. On the frontispiece, embossed in gold, Greek letters spell out the word. I think that's the Eidos Kaidos for all to see. I have two options. I could try the direct approach, ask to talk to Ava and try to convince her to let me listen to the record. Or I could try to get her to the building and hope to find the record and a record player before the occupants detect my presence. In both cases, my chances of success looks pretty slim. I decide to opt for stealth. I can't see myself getting what I want by pushing open the door and requesting it from Ava, especially since I have nothing to negotiate in return. I linger on the sidewalk opposite in the cold, trying to figure out the best approach. Obviously, with the winter weather, none of the ground floors will have been left open. I notice that there's a small door on the other side of the building that one solitary individual seems to use it occasionally. Teasing my courage, I wait a few moments after the last person has gone in before pushing open the door. It leads into a small entrance hall with a doorbell. I ring, then go into the second long room with a counter on the right for the cloakroom. A man in a uniform suit greets me in English, changed with a slight Czech accent, asks me to leave my belongings with him. Oh my god, couldn't even say belongings. I hand over my bag and coat. In exchange, he holds out a numbered token and what seems to be a large piece of shiny black fabric, impeccably folded with a plain white Columbiana mask placed on top of it. A Columbina mask. This evening promises to be rather Kubrickian, as I suspect the fabric turns out to be a large cape, which I slip on before donning the mask. Oh, one of those eyes wide shut. Yep. One of those eyes wide shut type shit. Whoever seen that movie? 30 people dressed in what seems to be the ritual garments are gathered in small groups, holding glasses of champagne. Most of them wear black capes like the ones I have been given, but I also noticed one person with a red cape and two others with purple capes and silver masks. Probably to distinguish their ranks within the organization. The other one person who seemed alone in a corner of the room. I could use her isolation to try to glean some information from her. I decide to stay in the background. I prefer not to take the risk of being discovered by getting into conversation. I take a glass of champagne as a waiter passes me, then I slip away to a corner of the room, waiting to see what will happen next. I got no idea where the record is being kept, but it seems that happened upon the evening where it's presented with great pomp to the lodge members, which gives me the perfect opportunity to try to get it back. I try to eavesdrop on the conversation around me. The group next to me are speaking in reasonably fluent English, and I think I can make out different accents, which leads me to believe that the lodge members have come from all over the world for this occasion. It would seem that Ava has called an extraordinary council for some reason which my companions at the soiree aren't aware of. I'm immersed in listening discreetly when I feel a hand on my shoulder. I turn. A man, his costume not removed, looms over me. He speaks in a calm but firm voice, his English tinged by an East European accent. Oh yeah? And you gotta tell him to change it. The tramadazone, something like that. If those are antidepressant pills, what do you call that? Tramadazone has what do you call that? Like the no after effects of sleep. You wake up feeling fine. I gotta check what's the actual name of it. He speaks in a calm but firm voice, his English tinged with an accent, European accent. If you would follow me, Alice. Oh my god, oops, my discreet approach has failed. I take a moment to weigh upon my options. I got no plan B. I don't think kicking up a fuss will help me here. The man appears to understand what's going through my head because he adds, "Don't be a fool, Alice." I let out a sigh. Fine. I allow him to escort me upstairs. As soon as we're out of sight of the lodge members, he catches hold of my cape and pulls it out roughly. Your mask, please. I obey. We take one corridor then another before entering a large office. Ava sits at the other side of the room writing on a sheet of paper. The record is next to her on the desk. He stops writing. Thank you, Jacob. I don't know what you hope to accomplish, Alice, but we spotted you while you were contemplating how to enter the building. You should have come straight out and got me. It would have saved me from waiting in the cold. Ava smiles. I was curious to see what you were going to do. To be perfectly frank, I've been expecting your visit. You've given us quite a hard time, to you and your friend. What was his name? Ulysses? I turn to look at Jacob, who stands behind me. He looks away. Yes, that is Ulysses. Tell me again, Alice, how did you find out that the headquarters of the lodge was in Prague? You generally manage to be inconspicuous, but it would seem that nothing stops you. Look, that's none of your business. I didn't come here to tell you about the schemes I had to use to find you. Very well. In that case, let's get to the point. I don't know how familiar you are with the technicalities of our Brotherhood's mysteries, so I'm going to try to explain things simply and precisely to you. As you can imagine, I am a very busy woman, and you haven't chosen the best day to grace us with your presence. It's been brought to my attention that one of our brothers, Jacob Novak here, is responsible for the accident which cost your partner his life in the last emanation. I suppose that your presence here, as well as your renewed determination to steal the chorus from us, is very linked to his tragic death. Well, of course. Is it not? I choked back an answer, choosing to stay silent and let Ava reveal her intentions. He lets out a sigh. Very well. I can't see right through you, Alice. You are transparent as water, but after all, if you wish to stay silent, you'll save us both some time, so I thank you. I have a proposition for you, Alice. You are a resourceful young woman. You managed to thwart our plans and escape us several times. You've already heard the chorus, which makes you de facto an honorary Grand Mistress in our organization. Join us. We'd be honored to count you as one of us. Wait. After all the enmity between us, after pursuing Ulysses for years, you're actually suggesting that I join your organization? To be honest, most of all, I'm thinking of your capacity of causing trouble. Of course, if you accept, you will have access to the chorus as much as the other members who've reached the rank of master within the lodge. And if I refuse, we kill you. If you refuse, then I will ask Jacob to escort you to the door, and I'm afraid we shall just have to put up with your troublemaking capacities. I can't feel Jacob becoming restless behind me. It would appear that Ava's attitude is making him uncomfortable. I take a minute to weigh up the pros and cons. Ava seems very sure of herself, has a record and believes herself to be in control here. Doesn't appear to be aware of the danger she faces by letting me listen to the record again. With what Pullman told me, I could completely change the destiny of all the people in the room. I gave myself the best chance of Ulysses being once more alive. I do in that I know there's a strong possibility that I'll find myself in a completely different reality from everything I'm familiar with. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. On the other hand, I could of course pretend to accept, but I mustn't be too enthusiastic about it if I don't want to alert her suspicions. On the other hand, I also could try to negotiate by promising to stop annoying them if she lets me listen to the record one last time. And I think that is her desire to be generous. Maybe she'll accept my proposition, even if it's just to clear her conscience and that of the lodge. Ava waits patiently for my answer. Yes, very well. I accept your proposition. Really, that's wonderful. To avoid giving the expression of accepted too easily, I add, that doesn't mean that I agree with your values. I just want to have access to the record. Of course, I understand. All I ask is that you present for the annual council. I have every confidence that our members will be able to convince you of the interest of our brotherhood in the long term. Ava's reply doesn't surprise me in the least. In her arrogance, she is unable to conceive that Arthur and I could possibly know things about how the record works he is unaware of. I pretend to reconsider the advantages and disadvantages before saying, "Alright, I accept your terms." Ava holds out her hands across the desk. I shake it. You know what's the fucked up thing is? That this could be me. This could be me. I am so pleased we've been able to reach a mutual agreement. That's how time works sometimes. No, it's not a sex cult. It's like a time cult. A time cult in a record. The lodge has attested violence since it began, as perhaps you know. He looks at Jacob, who still stands behind me. I turn to him. Alice, I am truly sorry for the accident which cost your friend his life. I sincerely hope that the chorus places you in an emanation in which you can find him again. What exactly happened? We thought he had the record. We confronted him to get it back. He tried to run and he was hit by a car. He was killed on the spot. It was more than 3 years ago, but I still think about it every day. Once again, I am so sorry for what happened. Let's hope the record gives him back to me. Jacob lowers his head in agreement, then returns to his place at the end of the room near the door. Ava checks her watch. All right, it's almost time. I'm going to have to get ready to host the council. Jacob will accompany you to the prayer room. Given the somewhat strange circumstances of your presence here, you will hear the chorus at the very end of the ceremony. It's been 13 years since we had a new inductee in the Brotherhood. I hope you'll be able to respect our rights. I'm counting on your sense of decency and on your discretion. I nod. Very well, I thank you in advance. Mr. Novak, if you would accompany our guest to the prayer room. Ava picks up the record and notes and leaves the room. Jacob and I follow her out. The prayer room is decided in the ground floor in a long rectangular room with a checkerboard marble floor. Yeah, you know what this means. You know what that floor means? The room doesn't look as if it's been renovated in the last 20 years, which would lead one to suppose that Ernst Lawrence had in fact bought a former Masonic, I forgot the name of it, temple at the moment of Iron Curtain fell. Probably aiming to cover up the true allegiance of the Aeon Kairos Lodge, or rather its lack of allegiance. The assembly must number about 30 people gathered in two groups on either side of the room, leaving a celestial air free. After a few minutes of silence mingled with some whispering around the room, Ava makes her entrance. She walks with a measured step to the other side of the room, mounts the platform there, and addresses the assembly in a strong, clear voice. My very honored brothers and sisters, I must thank you for coming so numerous and for some far in such a short time. I would have convoked you to this exceptional council if I didn't have excellent news. Since the death of our sovereign protector, Ernst Lawrence, we have moved heaven and earth to find it. The day has given me great joy to tell you that the Chorus has finally been returned to us. After a long crossing of the desert, the Aeon Kairos Lodge will finally be reborn. All of you here, the most loyal, who have kept faith in the Brotherhood and the teachings of my father in the government as the second sovereign protector, all of you will be rewarded when your time comes by the knowledge of the Chorus. He holds out a hand towards us. For this first ceremony in 13 years, we have two beneficiaries: our brother Jacob, who joined the lodge over 10 years, and our brother Alexander, who represents the new blood of our organization. Both have been instrumental in the recuperation of the Chorus, and the Grand Council has decided to reward them for the devotion on our cause. This will thus be the first to be liberated from the false world and to rise above the chaos of the multiple emanations of the physical reality. Jacob stands up and approaches Ava genuflects, then sits on the throne. Ava places the record on turntable while Jacob removes his cape and puts the headphones over his ears. Brother Jacob, are you ready to no longer be the slave of the false creator? Take yourself from the emanations of the false world to receive the light of knowledge. Yes, Sovereign Protector. Ava switches on the turntable. The room fills with sparkling reflections. Then with the needle of the turntable reaches the central groove where everything returns to normal. Jacob takes the headphones from his ears. There's something subtly different about him. Perhaps his stubble is a little less closely shaved, or maybe his hair is slightly less peppered with gray. Or maybe it's something in his posture. Yeah, something did change. The assembly applauds as he rises and comes to visit on the left stage with the two people who wear the purple capes. You wish to be younger? The ritual repeats itself for my other neighbor, Alexander. Once again, the strange shimmering in the air, which stops when the record ends. It's Alexander's turn to go and sit on the left, next to the initiates. Then Ava speaks again. As in the custom, I will take my turn to hear the chorus. As sovereign protector of the Iron Carver's Lodge, my role is to perpetuate our community and to make it grow. That's why I'm going to make myself place the lodge in the most preposterous available emanation, as the great master present here will testify on my return. Ava Sims puts the headphones on and starts the record. For the first time, the air begins to vibrate with glittering particles. This time, the room also seems to change. She changed the scenery, the area. She made it bigger. Oh, she's totally transforming the room. Heavy velvet drapes appear on the walls. The furniture becomes opulent. When the record ends, the assembly applaud, and the room, which was half empty, is now full, suddenly holding a multitude of new caped initiates. For the first time, I'm fully conscious of the danger the record represents, but in the wrong hands. If Ava is ambitious as Arthur Pullman believes, the Iron Carver's Lodge could quickly concentrate so much wealth and influence that she would become uncontrollable. He lays the headphones on the table, and I notice that her hair has grown, intensifying her air of great pagan priestess. Before closing this console, I would like one person to hear the chorus. We move among us this evening to the previous guardian of the record, who lost someone dear to her in a previous emanation. When she arrived at the lodge earlier, I asked her to join our rank. She accepted my proposition. In order to make her investor official, the board, myself, sovereign protector of the archive, have decided that she also hear the chorus this evening. She could either bring him back or stop Ava from being ambitious. Oh my god, the choices. The choices. The choices. Either I can stop Ava from fulfilling or get him back. Alice, if you would take your place. I sit on the throne, place the headphones over my ears, and I start the record. The guitar note pierces the air, almost feedback. The eyes of the assembly are fixed on me. Sparkling reflections emerge. I look at Ava one last time. He stares back impassive. The lights twist and notes. I turn my gaze inward, searching for Ulysses.
In spring we met, in the fall we came undone. I am for the middle of the road. Summer of our love, sunsets over the roofs, ties shimmering like mirages. The golden hour, the right time. It's time to put the recall cream. It's time to bring you back from the mist of oblivion. In your emanation, I put the headphones down as you enter the room. Sun to my moon.
Alice? Ulysses comes into the room as the record I'm listening to ends. I remember this moment, but I hadn't noticed at first I lived in this moment was a record that he has under his arm. 7-inch with a white sleeve. I thought you were going out of this evening. She has to listen to the record again in the past. Oh my god. He walks over to me, bends down to my height, and plants a kiss on my... Take the fucking record and listen to it. His hands tremble slightly. He seems shaken. Ulysses, I don't have much time and I have a lot to tell you. Ulysses backs off and looks at me concerned. What do you mean? What is it, Alice? I point at the record which he has laid on the coffee table. Have you listened to it? Yes, I just bought it. It was part of a batch of psychedelic, a big collector by the bay. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had, but how do you know about the record? It's an acetate, probably unique. Ulysses, what I'm going to tell you is going to be hard to believe, but I'm going to ask you to trust me. Ulysses nods and replies without hesitation. Of course, Alice, tell me. I gotta listen. I need to listen to the record. I've come from the future, Ulysses. The record allows you to change your past when you listen to it. In this future, you're dead because of this record. Alice, you're scaring me. I'm very serious. My time here in this moment is limited. It's vital that I listen to the record before I get sent back to the present to avoid that the future I come from happens again. I'm going to ask you to promise me just one thing. When I finish listening to the record, you take it and you disappear. Oh, this is the Ouroboros. Oh my God. No wonder he left. This is the Ouroboros. This is the paradox. Oh, I think you fucked it up. I don't think she changed anything because if she's just looping it again. If nothing changed and she's still in that organization, she didn't change anything. That's why he says it didn't work, and that's why he said we didn't break up. We didn't break up. How much you want to bet I disappear? Leave Bardot. Don't try to learn more about the record. Just keep it in a safe place, please. It's the only way, Ulysses. I'm sorry. With a bit of luck, I still have the memory of the future after I listen to the record, in which case I'll tell you everything. But if I don't, I'm going to ask you to trust me. I take the record from the coffee table and put it in a place on the turntable. I pick up the headphones and before putting them over my ear, I glance at Ulysses one last time. I lay down the headphones to go over to Ulysses and take him in my right arm. Find me in 4 years. If I haven't been able to tell you everything before that, I'll explain everything then. He returns my embrace before kissing me passionately. I sit by the record player and prepare to put on the headphones. Alice, please wait. I pause. You know what you have? You know you have all my love and trust, but do you realize what you're asking of me? A sigh escapes me. Ulysses, I like to have all the time to tell you more, to tell you everything. But my consciousness could leave this moment in our past at any minute, and if I haven't listened to this record before that, it would be catastrophic. It would be a catastrophe. Ulysses watches me with bewilderment as I finish putting on the headphones. Unless it's sadness or simply affection. I hesitate for an instant as I pick up the toned arm before I remind myself that I have no choice. I don't have the right to hesitate nor to change my mind. I don't want to let Ava have the record. I don't want to make it as likely as possible that Ulysses will still be alive in my new present. Even if it's at the expense of my reality, of my identity. I take a deep breath and with renewed determination I place the needle in the groove. The music hits me and engulfs me like a wave of sound. The living room of our little apartment gleams as though filled with underwater sunlight. And air vibrates with sonic surf which submerges my subconsciousness. I'm carried away on the tide of the last rays of sunset vanish behind the Bardot rooftops. I don't think she changed anything.
I sacrifice my whole self on the altar of your survival. Lost and found. My soul is turning pieces until nothing remains. fishes on the shore of this alien world, a new man nation. And as the sun retreats, I see what I've become. I slip into her like in love. The old Alice is lost, nowhere to be found. I embrace my new destiny.
I'm folding the last of the clothes in the fitting room where the doorbell rings. Samira gestures to me not to move. I'll go. 6 months. 6 months have passed since Prague. Life has resumed its course, at least another life. In this life, I work in a clothes store in St. Gwen near the market. We sell quite a lot of vintage small designers, and now, it shows in my own style a lot. The nicest part, living in Paris, enjoying the concerts and exhibitions to the full. Samira accompanies our last customer of the morning to the door and comes back to me. It's after 12. Shall we get some lunch? Okay, but I'm having lunch with Patricia today. Oh shit. Oh yes, that's true. It's Friday already. You can join us if you want. No, that's kind of you, but I'm going to get a sandwich at Mustafa's. Okay. I let Samira out, lock the door, and go out the street. I let Samira out, lock the door, and go up the street towards the Jules Vels market while Samira heads down towards Kibler. I'm actually friends with Patricia? The weather is pleasant. Late spring has finally settled in the capital, and it warms the street with revitalizing rays of sunshine after months of gray, rainy winter. So I loiter a little, looking in the windows. Patricia beams when she sees me arriving at her pitch. Buongiorno, Alice. How are you? Peachy, and you? Fine. It's pretty quiet today. In that case, why don't we go and eat at the Café du Commerce? What do you think? Good idea. If you ask Pierre to keep an eye on my stall, I'm gone. Don't move. She takes a few steps towards pitch 73 and bookseller pitch before stopping and coming back at her stall. She takes an envelope from above the counter and holds it to me. You had some mail arrive here. Oh, really? He shrugs. I look at the missive. It's a letter. The address is handwritten and indeed specifically addressed to me. Indeed, there's a note written on beautiful thick paper and a concert ticket. The concert tickets say Eddie Black, and beneath La Revanche de VIP pass. Oh shit! As for the accompanying note, it says, Alice, I don't know how I can ever thank you for what you did for me, but I still like to try. Come and see me at the Olympia. It's the next stop of my tour. I have some information for you. Later, Eddie Black. The signature looks like a celebrity autograph, perfectly drawn and readable. After so long, I've given up on the record on Ulysses and all the rest of it. What information is Eddie Black talking about? I got no idea. That's the guy that I let him listen to the record. I haven't noticed that Patricia is back already. So what is it? I think for a minute, wondering to myself, what is it exactly? Then I finally say, it's news of an old friend who I thought I've lost touch with forever. I approached the two doormen who blocked the entrance to the backstage. After countless checks of my identity and a dash of chat on the walkie-talkie for a good measure, I permitted to enter the bowels of the Olympia. I could go through the maze of corridors which lead to the dressing rooms, trying to make sense of what I've just seen. Eddie Black playing his greatest hits on a tour of Europe, accompanied by a big band in one one of the capital's most prestigious. Because did he lose his girl? Let's just say that I've just spent 2 pretty surreal hours. Eddie's dressing room is easy to find, and the one with the 2 more doormen on the guards of me on the. I enter the large, comfortable room. The walls are hung with maroon fabric, a leather couch, and a pair of armchairs are set at the center of the room. Eddie lounges in one of the chairs, a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth and a glass of whiskey in his hand. He stares at me for a moment before recognizing me. Then he leaps to his feet and takes me in his arms in a naive and quite touching burst of affection. I almost didn't recognize you, he adds with a meaningful look. The record, I nod. He goes back to his chair and motions me to sit down next to him. Then he grabs a bottle of Jack Daniels from the ice bucket on the coffee table and pours us both a glass. I wasn't sure you'd come. Did you enjoy the show? Yes, it was great. There's no need to butter me up. I know it's just the last gasp of an old croner at the end of his career. But isn't this what you wanted? Of course. This is what I thought I wanted. I'm not going to lie to you. My new life is pretty nice. I'm sat on a nice little stash of loot. We could even call it a fortune, I think. I'm in much better health, but still. The experience with this girl, he doesn't have her. Onika and I got divorced in this reality too. Yeah, he didn't stay with her. Yeah, you thought money would keep you, would call that with her? Nope. At least we still see each other this time, being as how I pay her tidy little sum in alimony. Oh shit. I tell myself perhaps this time. Anyway, well, I'm not going to dwell on my lot, but I'm glad you came to see me. It's kind of thanks to you all this despite everything. In your letter, you said you had some information for me, I believe. Yes, I did. Eddie takes a deep breath. Your friend Ulysses, he's still dead. I saw him during my tour. He gave me this for you. Eddie plunges his hand into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulls out a battered postcard. He came to the dressing rooms at the end of my concert in Athens. He didn't know where to find you. When he saw my name as a headliner, he figured that maybe I know. Seeing as how the last time Ulysses and I saw each other was in Paris before he sent you the record, he realized that you must have let me listen to it. I couldn't help him, but I didn't know what had happened to you after London, but I promised him I would find you. He holds the postcard out to me. My heart pounds. I had sort of lost hope that I would one day finally hear from Ulysses. So he left. Like in that weird reality of that paradox, he had to leave because she came to him in the past anyway. So the whole reality was to bring them together. I had sort of a lost hope that I would one day finally hear from Ulysses, see him again. On the front, the card shows ancient ruins overlooking a turquoise sea captured Mykonos. I turned it over and instantly recognized on the back Ulysses' disjointed handwriting. Alice. We said we see each other in 4 years. Do you remember? I'm in Mykonos. Can you meet me here? Ulysses. We need the signature. There's a telephone number. I look up at Eddie, who gazes at his shoes, probably to allow me the time to digest the information. How long was it on your concert in Athens? A week, no more, like 10 days. You tend to lose track of time when on tour. I contacted you as soon as I could. It wasn't easy finding out where you were living, saying that he didn't seem in a rush to find you. He told me do what I could, that he had plenty of time, that he's be waiting for you. Anyway, now you know as much as I do. What are you going to do? I smiled at the absurdity of his question. What do you think? I'm going to jump in the first plane to Mykonos. So through all this, what do you call it? This leads me right back to him. I don't know this. The lane that climbs up towards the village is steep. The bus dropped me at the bottom of the junction with the main road. The glaring light of the June suns cast the terrain of the island into sharp relief, and the last few hundred yards left for me to traverse seems almost monumental to my eyes. I stopped for a while in the shade of an olive tree. The white plastered houses are sharply etched against the ultramarine of the Greek sky. The quiet is absolute, punctuated only by the cry of seagulls and the buzzing of insects. I start to climb again. The main street leads to a shady little square on the northern side of a cafe with an awning. I go over. On the left, a group of men still sitting around a table playing cards, cigarettes hanging from the corners of their mouths. Mr. Blue Sky. On the right, a young woman drinking her coffee as she reads the local paper. Further away, at the back, Ulysses watches me arrive. I walk over to him, trying to control the galloping of my heart. I'm not sure how I should behave, or how I should meet him after all this time. Fuck it. I bend down and kiss him on the cheek. He seems a little startled but says nothing. Did he expect more affection? Did he expect more reserve? I can't tell. I need closure with Ulysses, this man who I used to know like the back of my hand, and I need to face the fact that he and we have become different people. Not knowing what to say, I smile shyly. He smiles back at me, relenting. He breaks the silence. Alice? But it's my turn to acknowledge him, to affirm that I know who he is as he's done for me. Ulysses? Thank you for coming. He raises his hand to attract the attention of the waiter near our table. A few minutes later, they bring us a bottle of raki and carafe of ice water. Ulysses takes a mouthful and lets out a sigh. I don't know where to begin. I dreamt of this moment for so long, when we'd finally find each other after all our wanderings. And now we're finally here, right there in front of me. I can't find the words. I understand. After all these years, it's difficult for me too. Ulysses laughs. Tell me, Alice, what's your life like? You seem different, and yet I also get the sense of finding you again. I don't know if it I don't know if what I am saying makes the least bit of sense. So tell me, are you happy in this reality? I think it over before I reply. Yes, I think I'm happy. In any case, happier than I was. I promise you I did everything I could to spare you. I sacrificed our relationship so you could be free of the record, but in the end, it didn't work. What do you mean you sacrificed our relationship? Because I told you in the past to, leave. Ulysses takes a deep breath. In the original reality, we were together, we were happy. You were in a band and you helped Mark and me in the store when you could. I tense up as I realize what Ulysses is telling me. So that's why she told me do not, what do you call that? To never break up. That we never broke up, to think back to we never broke up. Oh, I want to see the twist in this shit. Somewhere deep down, I had already suspected this. I decided to not to interrupt, to let him go on. The damn record came into our lives and turned everything upside down. We wanted to understand what it was, where it came from. We followed up the leads together, first in Paris, then Commune in Bavaria. We were in London when it happened. We were preparing to go up to Boleskine to meet Arthur Pullman. That's where the Aeon Carol's Lodge caught up with us. I was scared. I wanted to protect you. I went back into the past and I changed reality. I put you somewhere safe in a world where you never heard of the record. I get it, Ulysses. The record, it corrupts everything it touches. I could easily have made the decision as you. I know, Alice, it was a mistake, madness. I realized straight after I've done it. I hated myself. I wish I hadn't done it. The lodge was still after me. It had me change it as nothing. What happened after that? I abandoned the idea of going up to Boleskine. I thought the lodge knew that was our next destination. I almost sure that it would be intercepted by Ava or one of her fanatics. I backtracked to Paris. When I realized it was still on my heels, I sent the record to you and Bardot to prevent it from being stolen from me. And sure enough, my intuition was right. They tried to steal it that very night. I waited a few days for them to let their guard down a bit, and then I took a train for Bardot, where I rediscovered that you were gone. Where I discovered where you were gone. I started to track you down, first in Paris, then London. Each time I missed you, I told you it was a tail eating itself. They were just going around in circles, trying to find each other until this very point. Then there was a void, a sensation of drowning in the nothingness of the cosmos. It seemed to last an eternity or perhaps a second. I don't really know what happened. When I regained consciousness, I was here in Mykonos with the record in my suitcase and the vague memory of the precise moment in the past where you arranged to meet me in 4 years. What did you do after that? It took me some time to find my feet. I was at the other end of Europe. I tried to understand what had brought me here. Then I tried to find you, and that wasn't a mean feat from Mykonos with my limited finances. When I saw that loser Eddie Black was headlining a European tour, I said to myself that perhaps he would know what happened to you. If it wasn't for me letting Eddie Black listening to it, he would have not told me you were here. So basically, I just made my own reality. And you realize that Eddie Black was a long way from being a loser, did you? Yes, I guess you could say I misjudged him. Right now, it's your turn to tell me. I've got a feeling that your adventures have been more exciting. I take a breath and I tell him everything from the beginning all in one go. Bordeaux, Jean-Baptiste, who I hadn't thought in months. The record, Paris, then London. And Glasgow, listening to the record again, Arthur Pullman. Discovering Ulysses' death in the new reality, Prague. Finally, my new life. He listens carefully without interrupting as the sun descends little by little towards the sea, lengthening the shadows beneath the awning. Then I stop talking. Ulysses takes a minute to take on board all this new information. So I was dead and you brought me back to life by changing the past? Yes. Now I understand the sensation of emptiness which I had trouble shaking off when I woke up here in Greece. Either way, you haven't told me why you asked me to meet you here specifically. Wouldn't it have been simpler to meet in Athens or at least near an airport? Ulysses gives me roguish smile. There's something I wanted to show you. Come on. He stands up, picks up his fat hiker's backpack, which leans against a table leg, and slips it on. Then he digs a few coins from his pocket and drops them on the table to pay for our drinks. Cross the village in silence and go down towards the coast. After several hundred yards, we reach the site of an archaeological dig. Part of the excavation site has been covered with tarpaulins. Another part suggests the remains of an ancient temple, which would have been built a few millennia ago. I immediately think of the manuscript that Daphne showed me. Could this be the site of the Coptic priest pilgrimage as described in the travel journal? Apparently the site was only recently discovered. The dig has been halted because of the budget cuts, and we're quite as long way from the tourist zone. It would seem the authorities haven't taken the trouble to close the area off to the public. Come on. Ulysses beckons me to follow him. We go around the excavation zone, then retrace our steps on the other side. Behind us the sea sparkles below. From this point of view, we can see the frontispiece stones have been unearthed, and which display some astonishing carvings. The ark, the right side is missing, but the left side we can make out a kind of chimera, half woman, half eagle, which appears to have the garden's central part, which depicts a kind of music box. Its shape's almost anachronistic. Do you know that at the start in mythology, the sirens weren't fish women, but were birds with the torso and face of a woman? I turn to Ulysses, which means that he smiles at me. Yes. When you told me to flee 4 years ago, it would seem that I decided to go in search of the origins of the record, but not the origins of our plastic disc, the true origins. And it brought me here, to this mysterious temple, which appears to pose a real puzzle to the archaeologists and historians which have studied in history according to the information that I might be able to gather. It's a Gnostic temple. Ulysses looks at me amazed. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. How did you know? I did some research too. Or rather, someone did it for me, but Ulysses did not know that detail. Is in fact a place of worship of a very ancient Gnostic sect, and our record is a result of the rediscovery of an ancient knowledge which would have been found here. Are you familiar with the discography of magma? No? No, doesn't ring a bell, sorry. They're a French rock band who had their 15 minutes of fame at the beginning of the 70s. Kind of in the same movement as Soft Machine and the Canterbury scene, I guess, with the music that both and Artie pretty crazy. Okay, but what's that got to do with us? Their music brings us to the past? I'm getting to it. Christian Vander, the drummer and the brains of the band, invented a language, Kombayan, which most of the lyrics are written in. The goal of the language is to express emotion in a profoundly musical form. For example, if you stub your toe on the corner of a table, you would say, "Ouch, I hurt myself." But instead, you scream with pain. So basically, the lyrics that I'm singing, the lyrics that she was singing was a chant to put me in the past of the exact moment or time that I'm actually feeling the emotion. Oh, I see. It's entertaining, but still don't see what you're getting at. The words to the song. In this language, there's a particular term, Zeul. I raise a skeptical eyebrow. Zeul? Yes, Zeul. What Vander wanted to convey with the term is the idea of the perfect note at the perfect moment. A kind of musical ecstasy which allows us humans beings to glimpse an instant of the divine. Ulysses puts his backpack at his feet and opens it. He takes out a 7-inch record in a familiar white sleeve. He looks at it for a minute, his expressions unreadable, then he adds, I believe that this record, this music of the sphere, is a culmination of this quest for the absolute. He holds the records out to me. I take it. I keep it safe until I found you again, Alice. It's about the question for me to play it again. This record stole my life, our life. It stole the woman I love from me. Ulysses looked at me with wild intensity. He takes off his glasses to wipe away the tear which trickles down his cheek. I know that you're not still her, the woman I love from the very depths of my heart, Alice. And I know that I'm probably not me either, the man I was when we were happy together. Ulysses puts his backpack down again and takes a little travel record player. He puts it down next to his pack, then pulls out a pair of headphones which he places on the cover of the Topaz. It seems appropriate to me that our story should finish in the place where the record story began. Ulysses turns towards the sea, towards the horizon. Do what you want, Alice. I put it in your hands, and he takes a step back towards the coast below. I take the record from its sleeve and hold it between my hands, undecided. I place the record on the ground, and with thrust of my heel I shatter it. No divine justice strikes me down, just the golden light of the setting sun over the Aegon. Ulysses has not turned back, he continues to look out to the sea. Behind me, the lane leads back towards the village, toward the city, towards my life. Before me, Ulysses, perhaps the rebirth of a destiny in shreds, or at least the promise of something like that. I walk over to Ulysses and take his hand in mine. He looks at me and smiles. I smile back. Then my eyes are drawn to the open sea, and as I let the beauty of the world overwhelm me, my mind travels to the rhythm of a strange and intimate melody.
I've been wondering, I've seen the world mutate and change around me. I have explored the permutation of realities.
I want to go back to before I came to North Carolina.
Of me,
That was weird, the music changed.
and there I was.
It sounded kind of distorted.
Someone else says that I've been in all the halls and alleys around me, and that's me in the infinities of the real
But the realities.
emanations of the ever-changing world of creation. Eyes kids around, different paths leading into different prisons, different tracks on the playlist of my life. That's where I found myself.
all along the watchtower. Is this the happy ending? Isn't that Ava? And that was the end. Oh, wow. Oh, this is if I took this dude with me. This is if I went back to London. So did I go to the original ending to, well, to me, that's the original ending of why he disappeared in the first place. Why? Because the thing is, in the story, he broke up with me, like he left. So he started the whole journey and shit. And it still came full, like a full circle, like a paradox. So I think I found that story. Now the other stuff is, so there's 4 different endings. This is if I kept choosing lightning and oh. So how many versions of me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 versions? Wow. 4 endings. I didn't go these are different routes. This is if I took this dude with me. I don't know what choice I would have gotten here. And I think she still achieved, this is Ava, I think she still achieved, that was weird. And that is Across the Grooves. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I love like time traveling shit like that. Like, I don't know, I love time traveling stories. And I actually like that ending. I actually chose to the point of circling back to why I lost this dude in the first place, or what happened, or why he left in the first place. And it was because of the record. When I went back in time and told him to meet me in 4 years, that he had to leave and had to go. So in that reality, what do you call that? Okay. I really enjoyed that.